Oh, stumbling into this hidden spot is no accident. Perhaps you were meant to be here. Follow me. Sit beside the fireplace and take some rest. There will be a long journey ahead of you, so feel free to relax a bit and listen to my stories. Are you all set? Good. In a world as magical as Runeterra, a story doesn't automatically mean it would be a fairy tale. Not all endings will be happy ones, which begs the question, how far will you go to get the desired outcome? While others were hesitant, this man answered it through his endless journey. This is the mission that this man goes through for his wife. As the Sentinel of Light, he acts as a grim hunter of the undying spirits, pursuing them relentlessly and annihilating them with his twin relic pistols. After the wraith Thresh slew his wife, this man embarked on the path of vengeance. But even with her return to life, his rage is undiminished. It was a long path, and her return doesn't mean the end of the horrors in Runeterra. Merciless and single-minded, he will stop at nothing to protect the living from the long-dead horrors of the Black Mist. This is the story of the man named Lucian, the Purifier. Born 961 years after Noxus, Lucian has a clear vision in his mind. Starting from an early age, he wanted nothing more than to be like his father Urias, who was a member of the ancient order of the Sentinels of Light. They are the warriors historically part of the Fellowship of Light, a society based in the Blessed Isles. Originating from a forgotten time when marauders threatened the Isles' peaceful settlements, their sworn duty was to safeguard against such assaults by using weapons created from ancient relic stones. While Lucian remained home in Demacia, Urias ranged far and wide, protecting the living from the wraiths of the Black Mist. His father would regale Lucian with tales of his adventures, where courage and ingenuity carried the day. Lucian hung on every word, picturing himself saving the people of Runeterra at his father's side. It was his dream. But Urias did not want his son to follow in his footsteps, hoping to keep his family safe from the dangerous life he had chosen. As Lucian grew up, he waited for the day he would become his father's apprentice, but it never came. Instead, Lucian stayed in Demacia, where he found himself increasingly at odds with the kingdom's culture. It especially rankled him that Demacia would exile peaceful mages to the hinterlands. It was believed that Demacia was the safest place to live for powerless mortals, but Lucian never really liked how things worked in that kingdom. Lucian found fulfillment in safeguarding the banished on their perilous journey, where his countrymen saw only outlaws, reducing the world to good or evil. Lucian looked closer and saw people in need of help. After returning home from one such journey, Lucian found a stranger waiting at his door. She introduced herself as Senna, a member of the Sentinel of Light. Cradling Urias's relic pistols in her hands, Senna explained that Lucian's father had died, falling in battle against the long-dead wraiths of the Black Mist. Senna, who is in the same age range as Lucian, has been Urias's apprentice, fighting at his side for years. Lucian reeled in shock. Not only was his father dead, but before him stood a woman who had lived the life he had wanted for so long. As Senna made to take her leave, Lucian stopped her at the door, insisting he join her. he knew what came next. The vigil for lost sentinels. Senna knew that Urias would not like that either. But because of her guilt, Senna reluctantly allowed Lucian to accompany her. Along the way, the two traded stories of their time with Urias, Senna comforting Lucian with her plain-spoken wisdom, and Lucian easing her pain with fond remembrances. They arrived at Urias's birthplace, far away from Demacian lands. There they held vigil for lost sentinels. As they prepared to depart, dark clouds rolled in over the coast, and wraiths manifested from the foulness, attacking them. The black mist interrupted the final moment for Urias and Lucian. However, it opened a new chapter for the Sentinels of Light. Where Lucian was horrified, Senna drew her weapons with a grim familiarity. This was her curse. Since she was a child, tendrils of the black mist had stalked her wherever she went, unleashing its horror should she tarry anywhere for too long. As Senna fought one of the creatures, it clawed Urias's pistol from her grip. Lucian retrieved it, sensing his fate opening up before him. The blazing sorrow in his heart manifested in a bolt of light that blasted from the pistol, distracting the wraith so Senna could banish it. Senna fought off the remaining spirits before the pair left, the mist ever on her trail. Never before had one of the uninitiated fired a sentinel's relic weapon. For the first time, Lucian had shown Senna his potential to join the Order. She knows Urias will never be in favor of letting his son walk the same path as his. But a talent like Lucian will be a missed opportunity in defeating the Black Mist. Not to mention, Urias is no longer with them, and surely Lucian will do something to avenge his father. With those rationales at hand, Senna made her decision. Eventually, Senna entrusted Lucian with his father's pistol and instructed him in the tactics and doctrines of the Sentinels. It was indeed the right call, since Lucian proved himself worthy of the lessons. As Senna helped Lucian train, a bond slowly formed between them. Lucian's warmth and charm the perfect balance to Senna's discipline and unbreakable resolve. It was like they were the perfect pair for each other. After some time, Senna believed that Lucian was finally ready. The two of them battled the myriad evils that ushered forth from the Black Mist, and their reliance upon each other blossomed into love. However, it was not only Senna who was observing, but Lucian was reading her too. The closer Lucian grew to Senna, the more he witnessed the curse she bore. Each conflict hardened him, splitting the world apart into light and shadow, good and evil. Lucian's urge to heal Senna became a crusade he pursued with reckless zeal. It was a move with good intentions, but badly executed. Scouring a forgotten vault for a cure, the two sentinels were attacked by the monstrous wraith, the chain warden, Thresh. The ghoulish chain warden was a dangerous foe, and when Senna called to withdraw and regroup, Lucian refused to turn back, throwing himself blindly into the attack. Lucian realized his mistake as Thresh gained the upper hand. Senna stepped into Thresh's path, imploring Lucian to run. As the dust settled, Senna lay dead before him, her soul claimed by Thresh's eldritch lantern. Senna's sacrifice was nearly Lucian's undoing, and it was the choice he regretted the most. For years, Lucian stalked Runeterra, a husk of the man he once was, his former warmth replaced with anger and bitterness. he became a mysterious hooded man, wielding both his pistols and Senna's. Lucian hunted Thresh in the hope of destroying the lantern and granting oblivion to his captive love. Eventually, his journey led him to Bilgewater, where it was rumored to be the next target of the Black Mist. With that lead, Lucian made his way to the said place and prepared himself for a rematch against the Chain Warden. This time, he was no longer a Sentinel of Light, fighting for the safety of everyone against the Black Mist, but a hooded man chasing the Black Mist for vengeance. The butcher blades had hung the jackdaw from a rusted marlin spike through his jawbone and left him for the quayside scavengers. This was the 17th murdered gangster the hooded man had seen tonight. A slow night by Bilgewater's standards. At least since the Corsair King had fallen. Red-fanged wharf rats had already eaten most of the hanged man's feet, and were perched on stacked creels to tear at the soft meat of his calves. The hooded man kept on walking. Suddenly, someone begged for help. The words were wet, squeezed up through a throat clogged with blood. The hooded man spun, hands reaching towards the weapons slung on his wide belt. Incredibly, the jackdaw was still alive on the bone-handled spike. The hooks stuck it deep into the wooden frame of a loading crane. No way to get the jackdaw down without tearing his skull to splinters. However, he asked for help one more time. The hooded man paused, considering the jackdaw's request. He then asked, what for? Because even if he gets him down from there, the man will be dead by morning. The jackdaw carefully lifted his hand to a concealed pocket in his patchwork jerkin and removed a golden kraken. Even in the dim light, the hooded man saw it was genuine. The scavengers hissed and raised their hackles as he approached. Wharf rats weren't large, but meat as warm as this wasn't a prize to be surrendered lightly. They bore long, needle-like fangs, spitting diseased goblets of saliva. The hooded man kicked one rat over the water. He crushed a second underfoot. They snapped and bit, but nimble footwork kept any from tasting his flesh. His every movement smooth and precise. He killed another 3 before the rest scattered to the shadows, sullen eyes glaring red in the darkness. The hooded man stood beside the jackdaw. His features were hidden, but the light of a rogue's moon suggested a face that no longer smiled. He then said that death was there for the hanged man. Embrace it, safe in the knowledge he will ensure it is final. The hooded man reached into his coat and withdrew a glittering spike of silver, 2 handspans long and engraved with curling symbols spiraling along its length. It resembled an ornate leatherworker's awl. He placed the tip under the dying man's chin. The man's eyes widened and his hand scrabbled at the hooded man's sleeve as he looked out over the vast expanse of ocean. The sea was a black mirror shimmering with the glow of myriad candles. Quayside braziers and lamplight warped through the salvaged glass from 1,000 cliffside hulks. He then mentions that the dying man knows what lurks over the horizon. He knows the horror it brings, and yet they tear at each other like rabid beasts. It makes no sense for him. The hooded man turned and hammered the heel of his palm against the flattened haft of the awl, driving the spike up into the man's brain. A last corpse rattle, and the jackdaw's pain ended. The gold coin fell from the dead man's fingers and rolled into the ocean with a soft splash. The man withdrew the spike and wiped it clean on the jackdaw's ragged shirt. He returned it to the sheath inside his coat and removed a golden needle and a length of silver thread dipped in waters drawn from an Ionian spring. Working with the skill of one who had performed this service many times before, he sewed the man's eyes and lips shut. As he worked, he spoke words taught to him a lifetime ago, words first ill-spoken by a long-dead king. Shortly, the hooded man said that now the dead cannot claim the dying man. He finished his work and replaced his implements. As he turned away, a voice behind him answered, "Sure, maybe the dead will not, but they won't leave empty-handed." The hooded man turned and pulled back his hood to reveal skin the color and texture of aged mahogany, cheekbones that were angular and patrician, dark skin and a fierce face. He has yellow-brown eyes and black hair fashioned into long locks with the sides shaved. His dark hair was bound in a long scalp lock, and eyes that had seen horror beyond measure surveyed the newcomers. That moment, he revealed his identity. But these men never knew who Lucian truly was, especially after the incident. On the other hand, 6 men dressed in aprons of blood-stiffened leather, cut to display limbs of corded muscle wrapped with tattooed thorns. Each carried a serrated hook and wore belts hung with a variety of meatworkers' knives. Petty thugs made bold by the fall of the tyrant who'd ruled Bilgewater with an iron fist. With him gone, the city was in chaos as rival gangs sought to carve out fresh territories. Their approach hadn't been stealthy. Hobnailed boots, awful stench, and muttered curses had announced their presence long before they'd revealed themselves. Lucian never failed to notice that, but he remained composed. The biggest of the butchers, a man with a gut so prodigious it was a wonder he could get close enough to a carcass to gut it at all. He said that he doesn't mind a coin going to the bearded lady. Sure he doesn't. But one of theirs killed old Knock John there, fair and square. So that gold serpent there was theirs. Lucian asked the biggest of the butchers if he wanted to die there. The fat man laughed. He responded with a question, asking Lucian if he knew who he was talking to. Lucian said no, but he returned the same question. The fat man then said to go on, tell him his name, so he can carve it on the rock he'll use to sink his bones later. Calmly, Lucian introduced himself, whipping back his long frock coat and drawing a pair of pistols, wrought of napped stone and burnished metals, unknown to even the most reckless alchemists of Zon. In almost an instant, a bolt of coruscating light punched the fat butcher from his feet with a scorched hole where his grotesquely swollen heart had been. That was indeed the best way to introduce himself, striking fear into everyone else who was watching. Lucian's second pistol was smaller, more finely crafted, and fired a searing line of yellow fire that cut another of the butchers in half from collarbone to groin. Like the wharf rats before, they fled. But Lucian picked them off one by one. Each burst of light was a killing shot. In the blink of an eye, all 6 butchers lay dead. Lucian turned into a cold, hooded man that no one should mess with. After the quick kills, he sheathed his pistols and pulled the coat back around him. Others would be drawn by the sound and fury of his work, and he had no time to save these men's souls from what was coming. Lucian sighed. It had been a mistake to stop for the jackdaw, but perhaps the man he had once been was not entirely lost. A memory threatened to surface, and he shook his head. Lucian told himself that he could not be him again, the younger version of himself. He isn't strong enough to kill the chain warden, but the hooded man can. Going back with the hooded man, Lucian rarely looked at Senna's picture, knowing that to carry his grief too close to his heart made him weak. Grief was a chink in his armor. Lucian could not allow himself to truly feel her loss, so he snapped the locket shut. He knew he should bury it in the sand of this cave beneath the cliffs, but could not put her memory below the earth as he had her body. Lucian would shut the grief away until Thresh was destroyed and Senna's death avenged. Then, and only then, would Lucian mourn his lost wife with tears and offerings to the Veiled Lady. He cannot rest until that day happens. How long had it been since that terrible night? He felt the bottomless abyss of sorrow lurking in ambush and viciously suppressed it as he had so many times before. He drew on the teachings of his order, repeating the mantras he and Senna had been taught to close themselves off from emotion. Only then could he reach a place of equilibrium that would allow him to face deathly horrors beyond imagining. The grief ebbed slowly, but it remained. He'd opened the locket only reluctantly, feeling a growing distance between himself and Senna's memory. He found he could no longer recall the exact sweep of her jawline, the smoothness of her skin, or the precise color of her eyes. The longer his hunt went on, the further away she felt, and Lucian fell into a never-ending void of grief. Later on, Lucian lifted his head, letting the breath ease from his lungs, forcing his heartbeat to slow. The walls of the cave were pale limestone, gouged from the cliffs upon which Bilgewater was built. The motion of water and the stone picks of the natives had crafted a labyrinth beneath the city. Few knew of or even suspected its existence. The pale rock walls were etched with looping spirals, rippling waves, and things that might have been unblinking eyes. He'd learned these were symbols of the native religion, but whoever had carved them had not visited this place in many years. He'd found it by following the secret symbols of his own order, symbols that would guide him to places of refuge and succor in any city of Valoran. Only dim reflections of light shimmered on the roof of the cave, but as his eyes followed the spiral of carvings, a shimmering radiance spread from his palm. "Let me be your shield." Lucian looked down, the memory of her words as clear as though she stood next to him. The locket glistened with lambent green flame. He looped the chain of the locket around his neck and swept up his twin relic pistols. Lucian whispered the name of the chain warden, realizing Thresh would arrive soon. As the harrowing entered Bilgewater, many gathered and created alliances to fight off the wraiths of the Black Mist. One faction was led by a captain who defeated the previous so-called Pirate King. Her name is Sarah Fortune, also known as Miss Fortune. Under her crew were two known figures, namely Olaf and Rafen. The crew eased the night as they gathered around before the nightmare. Paralyzing terror rippled through Miss Fortune's company at the mention of this eternal nightmare of killing rage and endless fury. the shadow of war who goes on a rampage during the harrowing. His name was once Hecarim, but no one knew if that were true or some ancient tale-teller's invention. Only fools dared recite his dark legend around the hearthfire, and even then, only after enough rum to sink a Noxian warbark. As the shadow of war emerged further from the mist, Misfortune saw he was no mere horseman. Cold dread settled upon her like a shroud at the sight of the monstrous creature. Perhaps Hecarim had once been a knight, man and horse, separate entities, but rider and mount were now one, a single towering behemoth whose only purpose was destruction. "They're all around us," said a voice. Misfortune risked looking away from the armored centaur to see a whole host of ghostly knights, their outlines lambent with pellucid green radiance. They leveled lances or drew swords of dark radiance. Hecarim swept out a hooked and terrible glaive, its killing edge erupting with green fire. Rafen asked if the captain knew any secret ways out of their situation. Misfortune firmly said no. She wanted to fight that bastard. The crew tried to confirm if they heard the right thing, but before Misfortune could answer, a hooded figure leapt from the rooftop of a grain store and dropped into the square. He landed gracefully, a storm coat of worn leather splayed behind him. He carried 2 pistols, but they were like no weapons Misfortune had ever seen on her mother's gun table. Bronzed metalwork braced around hunks of what looked like carved stone. Light filled the square as he loosed searing bolts from each pistol in a fusillade that put the destruction of the Deadpool to shame. The man turned in a tight spiral, marking targets and picking them off with whip-fast motion. The mist burned where his bolt struck, and the ghostly wraiths screeched as they were consumed. The infamous hooded man arrived, and it was the cue for the wraiths to fall back. The mist withdrew from Cutpurse Square, taking Hecarim and the Death Knights with it. Something told Misfortune this was but a temporary respite. The hooded man holstered his pistols and turned to look at Misfortune, throwing back his hood to reveal darkly handsome features with haunted eyes. Lucian then mentioned that the thing about shadows is one must bring enough light, and they'd disappear. Misfortune asked who Lucian was and where she could get a pair of guns like those. Misfortune also offered her hand to the new arrival. Lucian introduced his name and warily took her hand. Rafen tapped him on the back as if they were old shipmates and mentioned he was glad to know Lucian. Misfortune saw Rafen's familiarity made Lucian acutely uncomfortable, like he'd forgotten how to be around others. His eyes scanned the edges of the square, his fingers dancing on the grips of his pistols. Misfortune reassured Lucian that he was welcome, but Lucian just coldly replied, saying they should move because the shadow of war would return. Rafen agreed, giving Misfortune an imploring look. It was time to get inside, batten down the hatches. But no, Misfortune stated that they came out to fight. A small argument unfolded in front of Lucian and Misfortune, and Rafen had a disagreement with the command. Misfortune faced her company of fighters, every ragged cutthroat one of them. None of them could be trusted not to sell their own mothers for a shiny trinket, but they'd done everything and more she'd asked of them. Venturing out into the black mist, was just about the bravest thing any of them had ever done, and she couldn't repay that by leading them to their deaths for the sake of her vengeance. Eventually, misfortune agreed with Rafen. Lucian respected their choice and wished that fortune would follow them. He then turned away and drew his strange pistols once again. However, misfortune halted Lucian and invited him to join them. Lucian shook his head. His mission is clear. There is a mist wraith he needs to destroy, the one they call Thresh, the chain warden. He owes him a death. Misfortune saw the lines around Lucian's eyes deepen and recognized the expression she'd worn ever since her mother's murder. Sharing the feeling of grief, Misfortune clarified whether Thresh took someone from him. Lucian nodded slowly and said no more, but his very silence spoke volumes. Misfortune then mentioned that clearly it wasn't his first tussle with the dead, but she argued Lucian won't survive the night if he stays out here alone. She's guessing that might not mean much to him, but whoever this Thresh took from him, they wouldn't want to die there. Lucian's eyes flicked downwards, and Misfortune saw a silver locket just visible around his neck. Was it her imagination, or a trick of the mist that made it shimmer in the moonlight? Once more, Misfortune offered him to be with them. Find somewhere safe till morning, and he'll live to do it again. Lucian questioned her words, asking where it is safe in this city. Misfortune replied, saying she thinks she might know a place. Finally convinced, they left Cutpurse Square and were traveling west up toward the Serpent Bridge when they found the Freljordian named Olaf, who wanted nothing but a glorious death. He hung from a crooked spar like a shrouded corpse on a gibbet. Unlike most corpses, however, this one was thrashing like a landed fish. A splintered pile of debris lay scattered all around him, and Misfortune looked up to see how far he'd fallen through the cliffside dwellings. A long way was the answer, but that he was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. Lucian leveled his pistols, but Misfortune shook her head. She told him that this one is actually on the right side of the grave. Muffled cries came from within the shroud, curses that would get a man beaten to death in a host of different lands, shouted in a thick Freljordian accent. She placed the tip of her sword against the canvas and sliced downwards, like a newborn sea calf pulled from a ruptured birth sack. A hugely bearded man spilled onto the cobbles. The reek of fish guts and offal clung to him. He climbed unsteadily to his feet, brandishing an axe with a blade like a shard of diamond ice. Shortly, Olaf asked which way the slaughter docks were, weaving like a drunk man. He looked around, confused, his head a mass of lumps and bruises. Ordinarily, Misfortune would tell him to follow his nose, but she'd be amazed if the man has any sense of smell left. Olaf answered that he'll kill that kraken worm 10 times over if he has to. He owes it a death. Hearing the same sentiment but from a different perspective, Misfortune said that a lot of that was going around that night. The Freljordian named himself Olaf, a warrior of the rightful mistress of the ice, and after shaking off his concussion, declared his intention to join them until he could fight the most dangerous spirit within the black mist. Lucian asked him if he wanted to die, and Olaf just answered, "Of course," as though the very question was the height of foolishness. He seeks an ending worthy of legend, not through lame disease or some sort. Misfortune left the madman to his dreams of death. So long as he swung that axe in the right direction, he was welcome to join them as they pushed onwards. 3 times the mist closed in on them, and each time it took on unlucky soul from their company. Spiteful laughter echoed from the sides of buildings, the sound of a whetstone over rusted steel. Ranks of carrion birds cawed from rooftops, in anticipation of a flesh banquet by the light of the moon. Welcoming lights danced in the darkness of the mist, like beguiling corpse candles over sucking marshland. Lucian warned them not to look at them. However, his warning came too late for one man and his wife. Misfortune didn't know their names, but knew they had lost a son to ocean og less than a year ago. They walked from the cliffs following a vision in the lights only they could see. Another man took his hooked hand to his throat before his friends could stop him. Another simply vanished into the mist without anyone seeing him. By the time they reached Serpent Bridge, their company numbered less than a dozen. Misfortune couldn't feel sorry for them. She'd told them not to come with her. If they'd wanted to live forever, they should be sheltered behind closed doors and protective carvings, clutching spiral talismans of the bearded lady and praying to whatever gave them solace. But against the harrowing, even that was no guarantee of safety. They'd passed countless homes, smashed open with splintered shutters and doors hanging limply from leather hinges. Misfortune kept her eyes fixed forward, but it was impossible not to feel the accusing gazes from the frozen faces within, or sense the terror of their last moments. Shortly, they passed yet another charnel house. The families within, cold and dead, trying to lighten the gravity of the situation. Rafen said that the black mist will have its due. Misfortune wanted to be angry at such acceptance of horror, but what good would that do? After all, he was right. Instead, she focused on the hazed outline of the structure across the bridge. It sat in the center of a gouged crater in the cliff, as if some mighty sea creature had taken a vast bite from the rock. Like most places in Bilgewater, it was constructed from the ocean's leavings. Its walls were driftwood and branches from faraway lands. Its windows the scavenged remains of ships swept up from the seabed. It had a peculiar quality of possessing not a single straight line anywhere in its construction. The curious angles gave it a sense of being somehow in motion, as if it might one day choose another place to set down temporary roots. Its spire was likewise crooked, fluted like the horn of a narwhal, and topped with the same spiral symbol Misfortune wore around her neck. A shimmering light wreathed the icon, and where it shone, the darkness was held in abeyance. It was the first time Lucian saw such a place, and he asked what it was. Misfortune answered that it was the temple of the bearded lady, the house of Nagakaburos. Lucian followed up on his question about whether that was the safe place Misfortune was referring to, and she said yes. It's better than staying out there. Lucian nodded, and they set off across the winding length of the bridge. Like the temple it approached, the bridge was an uneven thing, its cobbles undulant like something alive. Rafen paused at the crumbling parapet and looked down. He mentioned that it was getting higher every year. Reluctantly, Misfortune joined him and looked over the edge. The docks and Rat Town were smothered beneath the black mist, and even the web of gondolas was barely visible. Bilgewater was choking in the grip of the mist, its tendrils seeping ever deeper into the city. Screams of terror drifted upwards, each one a life ended and a fresh soul for the legion of the dead. Rafen shrugged. A few years from now, there won't be anywhere in Bilgewater beyond its reach. Misfortune argued that a lot can happen in a few years. Olaf asked if this event happens every year, his one foot perched on the parapet with a reckless disregard for the dizzying drop. Misfortune nodded. Olaf was happy to hear that. If he is fated not to die that night, he will return there when the black mist rises again. Rafen mentioned that it will be Olaf's funeral, and the Freljordian thanked him as if he received a compliment, slapping an enormous palm on Rafen's back, almost knocking him from the bridge. The Freljordian's eyes widened as a host of ghostly tentacles rose from the mist, uncoiling to smash down on the dwellings of Rat Town. Olaf yelled as he mentioned the beast, and before anyone could stop him, he vaulted onto the parapet and hurled himself from the edge. Rafen said that Olaf was a mad bastard, as Olaf's dwindling form vanished into the mist below. Misfortune mentioned that all the ice dwellers are mad, but Olaf was madder than most she had ever met. Suddenly, Lucian instructed them to get everyone inside. Misfortune heard the urgency in his voice and turned to see him facing a towering figure in stitched black robes, hung with hooked chains. Sickly green light wreathed the scepter as it lifted, a swaying lantern in one pallid hand. Fear touched Misfortune. Fear like nothing she'd known since she'd watched her mother die and stared down the barrel of the killer's gun. Lucian drew his pistols. He stated that Thresh is his. Misfortune agreed and turned away. Her gaze was drawn upwards as shadows closed around the temple. The breath caught in her throat as she saw Hecarim and his Death Knights at the crater's ridge. The shadow of war raised his fiery glaive, and the ghostly horsemen urged their heel steeds downward. No mortal rider could make that descent, but these were riders of death. In front of Lucian was the chain warden Thresh, while on the other edge was the undead Hecarim. It was a nightmare impossible to survive, and Misfortune shouted to run. Her crew goes straight to the temple. Hecarim and his army followed her, while Lucian and Thresh were left behind. The end of the bridge thickened with noxious green light. The chain warden hid his corpse features beneath a rotted hood, but the light of his lantern hinted at the remains of ravaged flesh, gaunt and drained of all emotion, save sadistic relish. He moved softly, like all his kind. Pained moans sighed from his robes as he moved. Thresh lifted his head a fraction, and Lucian saw the glint of two sharp teeth widen in a grin of anticipation. Thresh called Lucian immortal, rolling the word around his mouth like a sweetmeat. Lucian knelt, reciting the mantra of clarity to steel his soul for the battle to come. He had prepared for this moment 1,000 times, and now that it was here, his mouth was dry, his palms slick with sweat. With a glaring voice, Lucian said that Thresh murdered Senna, standing and lifting his head. He murdered the only person Lucian had left in the world. Thresh confusedly repeated her name, as if trying to remember her. The sound of his voice was wet and gurgling, as though squeezed from a throat once crushed by a hangman's noose. Triggered, Lucian reminded Thresh that Senna was his wife. even though he knew he should not speak, that every word was a weapon the wraith would turn against him. Tears blurred his vision as grief washed away every preparation and every shred of logic. He lifted the silver locket from around his neck and snapped it open, needing the wraith to understand the depth of all he had lost. Thresh grinned, his needle teeth glinting as he tapped the glass of the lantern with a yellowed nail. He then said that he did remember her. Senna was a vital soul, not yet barren and cold, ripe for torment. Hope for a new life, it bloomed in her, fresh, new, like a spring flower. All too easy to pluck and ruin those with dreams. Lucian lifted his pistols. He then said that if Thresh remembers her, then he will remember that day too. The toothed grin never faltered beneath the ragged cowl. The weapons of light Thresh mentioned, and Lucian answered, saying light is ever the bane of darkness, channeling every scrap of hatred into his relic pistols. Thresh told him to wait, but Lucian was done waiting. He shoots a pair of blinding shots. A conflagration of purifying fire engulfed the chain warden, and his howls were music to Lucian's ears. Then the howls changed to gurgling laughter. A nimbus of dark light faded around Thresh, drawn back into his lantern and leaving him utterly untouched by the fire. Lucian fired again, a storm of radiant bolts, each perfectly aimed, but every one wasted. Each shot dissipated harmlessly against a shimmering haze of dark energy from the lantern. Thresh added that he also remembers those weapons. He tore their secrets from her mind. Lucian froze. Those words hit him like a truck. Trying to know if he heard it right, Lucian asked what Thresh just said. Thresh laughed, a wheezing, consumptive rasp. Thresh returned the question, asking if Lucian really doesn't know. After all the reborn order learned of him, Lucian never once suspected. Lucian felt cold dread settled in his belly, a horror he had never acknowledged for fear he would go insane. Thresh, holding up his lantern, told Lucian that Senna did not die. Lucian saw tortured spirits twisting in its depths. Thresh grinned and said he ripped her soul out and kept it. Lucian couldn't believe those words. He saw her die. Thresh then mentioned that Senna still screams inside his lantern, drifting closer with every choked out word. Her every moment of existence is sweet agony. He tells Lucian to listen. Can he hear her? Lucian sobbed, his relic pistols falling to the stones of the bridge. He couldn't hear Senna at all. Thresh circled him, chains snaking from his leather belt and slithering over Lucian's body. The hooks cut into his stormcoat, seeking the soft flesh beneath. Thresh said hope was her weakness, love her undoing. Lucian looked up into Thresh's ravaged features. His eyes were voids, dark holes into emptiness. Whatever Thresh had been in life, nothing now remained. No compassion, no mercy, and no humanity. Reaching for Lucian's neck, Thresh stated that all is death and suffering, mortal. No matter where they run, their only true legacy is death. But before then, there is him, the Chain Warden. Lucian felt the spectral hooks bite deep into his flesh, colder than northern ice and twice as painful. the Chain Warden's hand closed on his throat and his skin burned at the wraith's touch. He felt his strength drawn from him, the beat of his heart slow. Thresh lifted him from the ground and held his lantern aloft, ready to receive his soul. The moaning lights within swirled in agitation, ghostly faces and hands pressing against the glass from within. Thresh mentioned that he'd long sought the soul of the Shadow Hunter, but only now is it ripe for the taking. Lucian's vision grayed at the edges, feeling his soul peel away from his bones. He fought to hold on, but the Chain Warden had been harvesting souls for countless lifetimes and knew his craft better than any. Thresh even instructed Lucian to struggle harder, satisfying his monstrous appetite. Lucian's soul burns brighter when he fights, perfect for the Chain Warden's lantern. Lucian tried to speak, but no words came out. Just a soft stream of warm breath that carried his soul. A glittering scythe floated in the air above Lucian, a murder-soaked reaper of souls. Its blade shivered with anticipation. At that moment, Thresh was about to put Lucian inside his lantern, reunite him with his wife, Senna. Lucian. That voice. Her voice was calling him. Finally, he hears her. The murder edge of Thresh's blade turned, angled to better part soul from flesh. Lucian drew back his breath as he saw a face resolve in the glass of the lantern, one among countless thousands, but one with more reason than any to push herself to the fore. Full lips wide, almond-shaped eyes imploring him to live. Lucian gasped. Senna then told Lucian to let her be his shield. He knew what she meant in a heartbeat. The link between them was as strong as it had been when they hunted the creatures of the shadow side by side. With the last of his strength, Lucian reached up and snapped the locket from around his neck. The chain glittered silver in the moonlight. The Chain Warden screeched in pain, a sensation he had likely not felt in millennia. He dropped Lucian and thrashed in agony as the myriad souls trapped in his lantern suddenly found a means to strike back at their tormentor. Lucian felt his soul snap back into his body and drew in heaving gulps of air, like a drowning man breaking the surface. Lucian hears Senna again, telling him to hurry. Thresh is too strong. Lucian's sight returned, clearer than ever before. He snatched his pistols from the ground. He caught the briefest glimpse of Senna's face in the lantern and etched it on his heart. Never again would her face grow dim in his memories. Lucian calls Thresh while aiming his twin pistols. The Chain Warden looked up, the voids of his eyes alight with outrage at the defiance of his captive souls. He held Lucian's gaze and extended his lantern, but the rebellious souls had dispelled whatever protection it once offered. Lucian fired a blistering series of perfect shots. They burned through the Chain Warden's ghostly robes and ignited his spirit form in a searing inferno of light. Lucian marched towards Thresh, his twin weapons blazing. Shrieking in agony for the first time, the Chain Warden retreated from Lucian's unending barrage, his wraith form now powerless to resist these weapons of ancient power. Lucian tells Thresh that death is there for him. Embrace it, safe in the knowledge that he will ensure it is final. Thresh gave one last howl before leaping from the bridge, falling like a burning comet to the city below. Lucian watched him fall until the black mist swallowed him. Lucian slumped to his knees and thanked Senna for being his light. Eventually, the light of Nagakaburos spread over Bilgewater like the coming dawn. None who saw it could ever remember so sweet a sight. The first rays of sunlight after a storm, the first hint of warmth after a bitter winter. The black mist withdrew before it, roiling in a churning maelstrom of panicked spirits. The dead turned on one another in a frenzy, some fighting to return from whence they had come, as others actively sought out the light's release. Silence fell as the black mist drew back over the ocean, drawn to the cursed island where it claimed dominion. True dawn broke over the eastern horizon, and a cleansing wind blew through the city as the people of Bilgewater let out a collective breath. The harrowing was over for now. Lucian sat on the edge of the bridge and watched the city emerge from the black mist. He'd hated Bilgewater at first sight, but there was a quality of beauty to it as the sunlight bathed its myriad clay-tiled roofs in a warm amber glow. A city reborn, like it was every time the harrowing receded. An apt name for this dread moment, but one that carried only a fraction of the sorrow of its origins. Did anyone here really understand the real tragedy of the Shadow Isles? And even if they did, would they care? He turned as he heard footsteps approaching. It was Miss Fortune, who was also a bit beaten up after fighting Hecarim at the temple. She said that it was kind of pretty from up there. Lucian replied that it was, but only from up there. Miss Fortune agreed. It's a viper's nest. There are good people and bad people, but Miss Fortune had been making sure there's a lot less of the bad. Lucian replied that it was the way he heard it. Miss Fortune started a war. Some might say that it's like burning down their house to kill a rat. Lucian saw anger touch her, but it passed quickly. Miss Fortune defended her acts, saying she thought she was making things better for everyone, straddling the parapet. But they're only getting worse. As the new ruler of Bilgewater, she needs to do something about that, starting that moment. Lucian asked if that was why she was out in the black mist. The woman thought for a moment. Miss Fortune admitted that perhaps not at first. She lets a razor eel off the hook when she killed Gangplank, and if she doesn't take hold of it and get it back on, it's going to bite a lot of the good people. Lucian confusedly reiterated the term razor eel, and Miss Fortune explained further. What she means to say is that when she brought the Pirate King down, she had no idea what would happen when he was gone. She didn't care much, but she has seen what's happening down there without someone in control. The city's tearing its own throat out. Bilgewater needs someone strong at the top. No reason that someone can't be her. The war's just starting, and the only way it'll end quickly is if she wins it. The silence between them stretched. Lucian suddenly said that his answer is no. Miss Fortune claimed that she didn't ask him anything, but Lucian knew she was going to. She would want him to stay and help her win her war, but he can't. Lucian reminded Miss Fortune that her fight isn't his fight. Miss Fortune tried to bribe, saying her fight could be his, since the pay's good, and Lucian would get to kill a lot of bad people and save a lot of innocent souls. Lucian firmly said that there is only one soul he needs to save, and he won't save it in Bilgewater. Sensing the strong determination from his words, Miss Fortune nodded and held out her hand. Standing and dusting her breeches, she then says farewell and good hunting, hoping he finds what he is looking for, On her last note, misfortune reminded Lucian that he can lose himself to revenge. Lucian watched her limp back to the sagging ruins of the temple as the survivors within emerged, blinking into the daylight. She thought she understood what drove him, but she hadn't the first clue. Vengeance? He was far beyond vengeance. His beloved was held in torment by an undying wraith, a creature from ancient days that understood suffering like no other. Misfortune did not understand even a fraction of his pain, and now he knows that Senna is still alive. It was no longer vengeance, but a chance to save her. Lucian rose and lifted his gaze out to sea. The ocean was calm now, an emerald green expanse. People were already moving down on the docks, repairing ships and rebuilding their homes. Bilgewater never stopped, even in the aftermath of the harrowing. He scanned the forest of swaying masts, looking for a ship that wasn't too badly damaged. Perhaps one desperate captain could be persuaded to take him where he needed to go. Lucian will come for his light, and he will free her. For the next couple of weeks, just like he did for years, Lucian followed where the black mist went. Shortly, he arrived at the next harrowing. Lucian sat on a hilltop beneath the shadow of a large banyan tree and scanned the valley below. His hands rested on his relic pistols. Fingers brushed the bronze metalwork. The black mist rolled across the verdant lowlands, consuming everything in its path. The harrowing had made landfall on the island several hours earlier. The light of countless torches moved through the darkness. Clouds of drifting mist enveloped the area. One by one, the fires waned and extinguished, their distance too far to carry the screams of the dying. One light remained strong. Its pallid green glow floated effortlessly through the black mist, seemingly unaffected. The corrupted flames of vile spirits. Lucian's heart quickened at the sight, and a seething heat flushed his body. He raced down the hillside, fighting for purchase on loose gravel until he reached the basin. A body lay in the tall grass. Its arms were tightly wrapped around its shoulders, its eyes wide open. Inky black marbles stared at a moonless sky. He marched past and continued his pursuit. It was the fifth body that gave him pause. The old man's features were twisted in a rigor of pain, robes shredded, flesh flayed from the body. The wounds from the scythe are unmistakable to the trained eye. Lucian changed course and followed the trail of bodies to the base of a steep slope. He clambered up the rise, weaving his way through the dense thicket. The screams reached his ears before he crested the remote hilltop. Black mist poured across the clearing. It roiled and shifted as malformed shapes moved in a thick haze. A crowd of terrified islanders raced toward a sheer cliff drop and the ocean's bitter promise of escape. The mist engulfed them all. Frenzied shadows descended upon the poor souls, adding the cries of the dying to the unholy chorus roaring within. He aimed his pistols at the surging mass. A horde of screeching wraiths spewed out from the mist, charging at him with spectral blades and maws full of jagged teeth. Lucian fired a blaze of purifying light, immolating the cursed spirits. The blast drove him back a step, and his boot heel found the edge of the bluff. He hazarded a look over his shoulder. Stormy seas crashed against a rocky shore in the darkness below. Laughter cut through the wails of countless souls, He spun around, weapons aimed at the approaching mist. A beacon shone inside the raging swell. Lucian holstered one of his guns and reached inside his leather coat. He found the clay grenade and pulled it out. The fist-sized shell bore a proof mark on its rough surface. It was time to see if the old weaponsmith in Bilgewater was right. He tossed the shell in a wide arc, and when it reached its zenith, he fired his pistol. The grenade erupted in a cloud of silver dust. The dust swirled and remained suspended in the air, creating a shimmering pocket of stillness within the deadly fog, repelling the black mist. Thresh stood inside the opening, towering over a young woman. She writhed in agony as chained hooks dug into her flesh, rending soul from body. The chain warden lifted his ancient lantern as it started to glow. The woman's lifeless form collapsed to the ground, and the relic accepted its new prisoner. The specter turned to Lucian and grinned. He told Lucian they missed them in Halia and feared they'd lost their taste for defeat. Thresh tapped the lantern. It radiated as if answering his call. How her soul brightens at his arrival. The promise he brings. It offers a brief respite from the misery. Lucian's gaze fell on the lantern. Silver dust scattered off the protective bloom of light emanating from the iron-wrought prison. He gripped his pistols, waiting. Thresh laughed. He mentioned that failures come with a toll. They make their agony so much sweeter. All those hopes dashed like a child against the rocks. Lucian's mind flashed on their last engagement, but he pushed the thought away. He must remain mentally strong not to give in to Thresh's provocation. Thresh then asked if Lucian knows Senna's darkest fear. It was suffering until the end of all things, with him by her side. The light from the lantern shifted, its sickly green hue waning. He felt her reach out and embrace him in that warm and intangible way reserved for spirits and memories. Lucian. His heart warmed at the sound of her voice. Thresh was right. Senna could feel him every time he neared. Her reach had grown with each encounter, as if in defiance of the chain warden and his torments. They had sensed each other the moment he'd stepped on the island. The lantern shuddered in Thresh's grasp. Brilliant spirals of light swirled inside the relic, straining and swelling against the container. Thresh eyed the disturbance and simply sneered. Lucian aimed his guns at the tempest forming inside. The lantern's protective bloom of light began to falter. Senna whispered, aiding Lucian to strike while the lantern was down. Lucian fired his pistols. The bolts of piercing light burned through the wavering defense and slammed into the iron relic. The lantern swung violently on its chain. For the first time, his purifying fire had struck the ancient prison. Thresh roared in anger, sweeping the lantern aside. Since their last encounter, Lucian learned that Thresh was definitely strong. But he also learned that his wife was still alive, and that alone was enough for him to have the courage to defeat the chain warden. Baneful tendrils of black mist erupted inside the container, overwhelming the spirals of light. The billowing shadows swallowed all semblance of his beloved and the countless souls striving for release. She was ripped away, screaming as darkness spread inside the lantern. Lucian screamed, demanding he let her go. But Thresh just laughed. He made a cruel and haunting howl as Senna wailed in agony. Lucian's pistol snapped to Thrush. He focused all his rage on the relic weapons and released a torrent of fire. The shots engulfed the chain warden and ignited his spectral form in a purifying blaze. Lucian dashed forward and fired a second volley, but the shots were nulled by an envelope of darkness re-emerging from the lantern. The flames consuming Thresh died out, quenched by the dark energy. He smiled and held the lantern aloft, like some prize to be claimed. Lucian felt a heaviness pressing against his chest. The shots that had pierced the lantern's defenses had been wasted. All around him, silver drifted to the ground. Tendrils of black mist seeped into the protective hollow created by the grenade, and the opening started to close. The moment had passed, and his beloved still remained imprisoned. Resigned, he lifted his pistols and charged into the fray. A blur of motion whipped forward and slammed into Lucian. The chained hook sent him flying across the clearing. He hit the ground, tumbling head over heels on hard gravel, until the earth gave way to nothingness, and the ocean rushed up to meet him. It starts with the laughter. Chains drag along the stone, echoing in the dense haze. He always turns too slowly, pistol sweeping to meet the gleam. The blaze never erupts. He doesn't have a shot. He's standing there, between him and the hook. Confusion sets in her eyes, an inky blackness. She's screaming now, her entire body contorting, falling to the ground. All her days were slipping away, the piercing scream in his head begging him to run. At that point, Lucian collapsed, and Thresh was nowhere to be found. After some time, Lucian regained his consciousness. He bolted up and clutched his side. Pain shot through his ribs. He eased back down on the sleeping pallet and drew in ragged breaths. Staring up at the wooden beams and plastered ceiling, he wondered where he was. Senna's screams echoed through his mind. He had failed her again, and now he would need to start anew. Lucian probed the tightly wrapped bandages around his ribs and found dark bruising underneath. The area was tender to the touch. Salve-drenched leaves rested on his chest. He peeled off the damp greens, revealing blackened lesions where the chained hook had found flesh. He turned to his side, leaned on his elbow for support, and sat up. Sunlight streamed in through the slats of a window shutter, revealing a large wooden chest sitting in the dim corner of the room. A devotional altar perched on top, brimming with day-old flowers and a carved alabaster turtle. His leather coat and jerkin sat folded on a small table next to the pallet. The relic pistols rested over the clothes. Lucian's unsteady hand reached out for the weapons. He inspected her guns first, examining the hewn stone and bronze metalwork as she'd taught him years before. His fingers found a deep crevice gouged in the stone, a gift from their time in Ionia. He smiled and continued with his own pistol. The metal housing on the weapon gave slightly to the touch. The damage was new and would need to be repaired soon. He stood with a groan and holstered his weapons. Then he placed his hands on his pistol grips, feeling for height and cant. The gun sat slightly askew. He readjusted and checked once more. Satisfied, he reached down for his jerkin and eased his arms through the sleeves, and then did the same with the long frock coat. Moving to the window, he opened the wooden shutter. Sunlight streamed in from outside, along with the faint sounds of soft crying. The narrow angle offered little more than a view of a winding stream and a thicket of vegetation. It was morning, and the harrowing had passed. Thresh would be leagues away yet again. Lucian needed to reach his schooner and start the hunt for another time. He gave the room one last sweep and headed for the door. A dozen bodies lay on the ground outside the house. A young woman sat among the dead, gently cleaning the body of an old man with a washcloth. She looked up at Lucian, her almond-shaped eyes soft and swollen. The young woman told Lucian that he shouldn't be up. Lucian answered that he was fine. He then asked if it was she who patched him up. She nodded. The woman introduced herself as Mira and said they found him near the cove. Lucian asked how long ago, and Mira answered. It was right after dawn when she was searching for her father. Lucian glanced down at the old man at her feet. Mira shook her head, a tinge of frustration in her eyes. It was not him. She should be out looking, but they don't have enough people. It seems like Mira helps others along the way while searching for her father. Shortly, Mira picked up a fresh washcloth and asked Lucian if he was feeling better. They could use the help. Lucian stared at the dead. They rested on beds of freshly cut fronds, some with their eyes still open, inky black marbles staring at nothing. He turned away. It should be family. It appeared Mira wanted to say more, but the din of commotion rose from the far end of the village. A crowd gathered around an ox-drawn cart loaded with more bodies. Mira watched the new arrivals for a moment and then hurried out. Lucian followed at a distance while people approached from various corners of the village. They moved across the cobbled path at their own pace, some more eagerly than others. The crowd of survivors huddled around a young man. He held a heavy walking stick and spoke in fitful gestures. The young man expressed his thoughts. They can't do that. They have no right. He yelled, pounding the ground with his staff. Mira asked what happened, and the young man told her that the Noctu were burning the bodies. Many in the crowd stirred with anger, joining the young man's protest, but several other villagers broke down in anguish. Seeing the chaos, Lucian asked who these Noctu were. Mira replied that they were the fire worshippers from the western rim of the island. Their tradition was to burn the bodies, but not everyone believed the same way. An old man cried, saying they'll burn the spirits, they'll leave nothing for the ancestors. Lucian could see the fear coming into Mira's eyes. She rushed around the wagon, frantically searching through the stacked bodies. There were a few older women among the dead, but most were young men and children. None was her father. She backed away, her face ashen. Yet again, the old man let out a mournful sob and held his head. Mira reached out and embraced the elder. She whispered in his ear, and he seemed to calm down at the words. She turned to the villagers and told them they needed to find their people, but the villagers questioned where else they could look. Lucian watched the crowd deliberate. Numerous suggestions were made and countered. There were too many missing and not enough survivors. Mira had fallen silent, despair on her face. At that point, he stepped forward. Lucian told everyone he knows where they might find more. Lucian believed that Senna would wait for him no matter what, and besides, he needed to slow down a bit to help his body heal. Sharing what he knows and helping them is the least that he can do. The lonely hilltop was silent in the light of day. The raging storm had passed. All that remained were the dead, splayed among the bristle willows and the brush. Mira and her people spread out across the bluff and walked among the fallen. Villagers soon settled over friends and loved ones. The young man with the walking staff dropped next to a woman, face down in the gravel, his anger drained, replaced by sorrow. Lucian turned his attention to Mira. She crouched over the body of an older woman and whispered in her ear. Perhaps it was a prayer. Lucian couldn't tell. She looked up at Lucian and said her father was not there. He gazed at the field of bodies. A weight pressed against his chest. She could have saved them, or at least tried. Her kindness was a stubborn thing that wouldn't allow her to abandon those in need. Mira rose. She said that she should get the woman home. Lucian reached down and gently picked up the old woman. She was delicate and brittle in his arms. He carried her to the wagon and carefully placed her on the bed of leaves sitting over the wooden planks. He lingered for a moment, then headed out to help the others. They worked past midday, gathering the dead in numbers so great they threatened to spill out of the wagon bed. Lucian and Mira loaded the last of the bodies while several villagers secured them with ropes. Lucian stepped back and reached for his side, the throbbing pain spreading to the small of his back. He'd done too much, even though it wasn't enough. Exhausted, he sat down near the edge of the bluff and gazed at the sea. He had worked up a sweat in the morning heat. Mira asked how his ribs were, but Lucian blatantly said he was fine. Mira sat next to him and passed him a water jug. Feeling its weight, Lucian mentioned there was not much left. Mira responded that he needed it more than she did. Lucian set the canteen down, stood up, and peeled off his long, heavy coat. The ocean breeze cooled his skin. Sitting back down, he took a slow drink of water and capped off the empty canteen. Mira watched the ocean and said nothing for a long time. Out in the distance, a bale of sea turtles breached the surface for air and then dove back into the deep. A few minutes later, she asked if Lucian had seen it happen. Lucian answered that it was over by the time he found them, referring to the bodies at the hilltop. Mira glanced down at Lucian's pistols and asked if he had seen it before, referring to the black mist. Lucian nodded. Mira wanted to ask more questions, but Lucian stopped her by saying that nothing from his knowledge was going to help her find her father. Mira nodded and bowed her head. Lucian watched the waves crash on the rocks below, the waters rising with each ebb and flow. High tide would peak soon, and he'd be able to launch. He handed Mira the canteen, rose once more, and donned his overcoat. Lucian asked what's the fastest route to the docks. Mira turned to point toward the western slope of the hill and found a band of men approaching. They wore dark robes and were led by a priest holding a wooden mace with a rope-bound obsidian stone. Mira told Lucian to stay there, but he followed, remaining a few paces behind without saying a word. The young man with the staff marched up to meet the band of men. Several other villagers joined him and blocked their path. The priest from the Noctu tribe claimed they were there to light a path for the dead. Mira reached the group and argued that those are not their ways. The priest laughed. He mockingly asked Mira if these dead villagers rise, who will fight them? Her? The young man clenched his staff and said he would not let these ash-eaters burn his wife. The priest scowled and glanced at his men. Lucian spied the man's fingertips lightly brush the heavy mace, an unconscious tell. The man was eager to strike. Lucian stepped forward and halted the commotion. The dead won't rise, not if they were put down properly. The priest dragged his gaze over Lucian, taking full measure of the man. In turn, Lucian bowed his head slightly, and then, in a single motion, he shifted his weight, slid open his leather coat, and rested his hand on his pistol grip. The priest glanced at the relic weapons and then back at Lucian's eyes. Lucian met his glare and waited for the tell, even hoped for it. Mira stepped in between, holding out her arms. She told them to stop and not add to the misery. She turned to the Noctu priest and his men. One island, two people. It's always been so. They just want to bury their dead according to their ways. They all looked to the priest, but the man's gaze remained fixed on Lucian as he considered Mira's words. They all waited for his response. Shortly, the Noctu tribe told them that the east of the river can collect their dead. The crowd settled and fell back, all except for Lucian and the Noctu priest. They remained facing one another, waiting for the other to move. Lucian stated that people should bury their dead as they see fit. Mira told Lucian that they need to find them first, and they can't do that if they're fighting. Lucian remained silent. His fingertips brushed the bronze metalwork of his pistol. Mira gently placed her hand on his shoulder. She politely requested Lucian to listen to her and reminded he was just a guest there. Lucian nodded. They're dead. Their call. Lucian moved his hands away from his gun. He then clarified the location, which was the western trail to the docks, and Mira said yes, with a heavy sigh. It seemed she wanted to say more, but she simply lowered her head. Lucian wishes she finds her father before turning around and walking away. The docks sat in a sheltered cove. A lonely flotilla of ships swayed gently in the water. Lucian's schooner was moored at the far end, among vessels laden with unloaded shipments and nets full of rotting fish. He walked along the pier and heard the scuttling of countless beetles devouring the putrid catch sitting on the trawler next to his ship. It was his third boat, the previous ones lost to inexperience. Learning to sail had been difficult, but far easier than persuading ship captains to chase the black mist. Lucian boarded the schooner and went below deck to check his provisions. A star tracker had fallen from the rack, but otherwise, everything appeared untouched. He stowed the instrument back on its shelf and sat on his bunk. Maps and charts from every corner of the world covered the paneled walls and ceiling. They were marked with water depths, tidal rapids, and seabed features. He'd been tracking the harrowing for months. His last excursion had started in Raycon and led him south to Sidaro. That encounter had sent him racing across the vast ocean only to lose sight of the black mist off the coast of those accursed isles. But that won't stop him from his mission. And so, Lucian began plotting his next course. Easterly winds had then carried him to the Serpentine Delta, where he'd finally caught up to the storm. He pressed attack on the map, marking one of the numerous islands of the delta. Then he attached a piece of twine to the nail and ran the string back to the marker in the Shadow Isles. That nail held more twine leading north up to Sudaro in Ionia. There were dozens of markers dotting the maps, creating a tapestry of the last few years. Lucian stared at the charts, trying to discover a pattern, but all he could see were his failures scattered across Valoran. He thought of all the times he'd tried to save her, and why he'd fallen short. His throat tightened at the memory of Thresh and his misspent rage. Perhaps Thresh was intentionally not killing him so he could torture him more. Senna's screams echoed through his mind. Lucian shut his eyes and held back the overwhelming despair until all he could hear was the sound of his own heart. Resolved, he turned to the maps and started working. A pinch of still sand remained in the hourglass when he finished plotting the new course and was ready to cast off. His time was improving, but precise measurements were still difficult to gauge. The black mist didn't answer to the wind. He stood up from his bunk and adjusted the wrapping around his ribs. The earlier pain is now a dull ache. Satisfied, he returned to the deck above and started untying the halyard line to the mainsail. Movement on the shoreline caught the corner of his eye. Mira was combing the beach. He watched her pick up a large gourd, shake it a few times, and toss it back on the sand. She turned in his direction and caught sight of him. He simply nodded and continued working. After a moment, she started walking toward the boat, picking up another husk off the beach as she approached. Mira said they're kalasa fruit, tossing one to Lucian. He shook it, noting the sloshing of nectar inside. Mira shared that her father always brought a shipment back from Venaru. These can't be more than a day old. Confused by Mira's sudden visit, Lucian asked her where the rest of her people were. Mira said that most have gone home and prepared their dead. Others were headed to the mud caves and the lagoon. But her father was due back there when the storm hit. While returning the husk, Lucian asked if her father's boat was docked. She shook her head and looked out to the water. A handful of capsized ships and submerged masts stood as watery markers in the shallow depths of the cove. Lucian mentioned that maybe her father never reached shore. Mira stared at the kalasa fruit in her hand. She shared that they found another ship's captain washed up on the beach. Her boat was nowhere to be found. Lucian checked the strand line. High tide wouldn't peak for a few hours. A couple of loops and he re-secured the halyard. Then he told Mira to show it to him. Mira led him along the shoreline. They followed the winding rim of the cove past a rocky shoal and stopped near a bar of coral reef. She then pointed out the location where they found her. Lucian studied the sand and found only bits of shells and coral. He scanned the water, searching for wreckage. Calm seas stretched across the horizon. Lucian asked if he was coming from Venaru. Mira answered that they both were, and they traded at the markets. Lucian explained that the storm blew in from the east. It could explain why she washed up on the island. He then asked if her father usually made port before or after the other captain. Mira answered the latter. understanding coming into her eyes. She gazed out at the ocean and took in a deep breath and let out a tremendous shudder. She realized that her father would have been out there, alone. Mira bowed her head and stood there a long time, watching the water lap at her sandaled feet. Realizing something, Mira asked, what if he washed up on shore? She lifted her head and looked toward the west. The shoreline continued for a distance, before disappearing beyond the curve of the island. The answer to her question lay deep in Noctu territory. They moved west, past grass-covered dunes and towering sea arches carved by seawater and time. The shoreline soon turned rocky and impassable, forcing them to clamber up a volcanic slope and march across a ridgeline overlooking the ocean. Far off to the south, a stone monolith rose from the water to meet the sky. The Pillar of Sorrows, the tallest point on the island of Venaru. Mira scanned the shoreline, searching for signs of her father's boat. She pointed to a colony of dead sea lions sprawled on the rocks below. Seagulls scurried about, picking at the bloated carcasses. Lucian nodded and continued without a word. The pair made their way down from the ridge crest to a ravine. A river wound through the narrow valley and fed into the sea. It was the natural boundary between the island's two people. Mira crossed the river without saying a word. There's a lingering horror in the air, as the possibility of the tribe burning her father's body silenced the two of them. They climbed up the next hill. Mira scaled the slope with ease, weaving her way through the dense brush, while Lucian gradually fell behind. The dull ache of his ribs spread with each labored step. The wrappings had come loose, forcing him to stop halfway up the rise. He tightened the dressing and winced at the worsening pain. Lucian's breath drew deep and harsh. He watched Mira reach the hilltop. She shielded her eyes from the sun and swept the shoreline. Then she stopped. She put her hand to her mouth and reared back a step. Lucian scrambled up the loose gravel, using the thick branches and vines from the brush for support. He reached the crest next to Mira and peered over the edge. A broken mast was lodged between the rocks below. The remnant of its sail thrashed in the wind. Lucian searched beyond the debris, his gaze following the twisting coastline to a band of sandbars, down past a chain of barren islets, until it finally settled on a stretch of towering cliffs off in the distance. A colony of seagulls circled the shore. The body lay sprawled on a boulder of volcanic rock. Thunderous waves crashed against the craggy shore, threatening to sweep it out to sea. A treacherous climb down an almost vertical slope was their only hope. Lucian reminded her that it'll be high tide soon, but Mira didn't answer. She simply stared at her father. Lucian reached out and touched her arm and called her name. She flinched, eyes blinking as if waking from a stupor. Mira suddenly said tola vines. They can use them to weave a rope and litter. Lucian watched her head out, understanding for the first time the depth of her conviction. He took a deep breath and followed. Without wasting a second, they harvested a batch of heavy vines from the thicket dotting the hilltop. Lucian braided the coarse strands into rope, while Mira's deft hands weaved a litter to hold the body. Lucian secured the line to a nearby tree and tested the weight. It held firm. Satisfied, he tossed the rope and litter over the side. Lucian said that he'll go down, but Mira argued it should be her. She had been climbing for years. Lucian responded that he knows how to climb too. Mira countered the argument by mentioning the trouble of keeping up with her earlier. Lucian insisted that he'll be fine, but Mira shook her head, frustrated, ears and cheeks flushed red. Reluctantly, Lucian agreed. Mira suggested that she could guide the litter, keep it off the rocks, but she needs him to pull her father up. Lucian looked down at the body. Broad shoulders and thickest limbs from years of battling the sea. 15 stone of dead weight. He nodded and handed her the rope. Mira moved to the rim of the precipice and slowly backed to the edge. After testing the rope one final time, her toes eased onto the threshold. She glanced over her shoulder, took a calming breath, and went over the side. Lucian anxiously watched Mira inch her way down the rope, hand over fist, until she reached a toehold. A few breaths later, she spied over her shoulder, found her next target, and repeated the process. She did this again and again, until reaching a broad ledge a third of the way down the bluff. The wind had picked up, bringing along crisp ocean air. Mira stretched out her arms and shook them loose. Then she looked up at Lucian and signaled that everything was fine. Rested, she grabbed the rope and scanned for another perch. After a while, she looked back up and shook her head. There were no safe holds underneath. Lucian suggested that he would pull her up, but rejected the offer. Not yet. Mira studied the rock face to her right. She pointed to a narrow shelf several yards away. Reaching it would require a sideways move. Lucian nodded, then glanced at the shallow waters and jagged rocks awaiting below. His stomach tightened as she wrapped the rope around her forearm. Then, without hesitation, she took a running start and leaped off the ledge. Mira swung across the rock face and dropped down onto the shelf. Dirt and rock crumbled beneath her feet. Her body tilted to one side, teetering on the edge, and fell. Lucian watched Mira slide down the rope, kicking her legs for purchase. A foot lodged in the loose dirt and flipped her upside down. Her flailing arms tangled in the vines, breaking her fall in a jolting stop. She wailed in pain. The line unraveled, and she was bouncing off the rocks and into the water. Lucian scrambled to his feet and grabbed the rope. He was frantically searching for a path down when Mira finally broke the surface. She fought against the swell, kicking and clawing onto the craggy shore. Exhausted, she collapsed on the rocks. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly. In panic, Lucian yelled that he was coming down, but Mira raised a shaky hand and waved him off. Gradually, her breathing settled and she sat up. She stared at her father's body for a long time. Her hand reached out. She gently stroked his hair. Then she turned him over, laid her head on his chest, and wept. Lucian looked away, adrift in his own memories, knowing she could remain there forever, anchored to despair. After some time, she stood up and reached for the litter. He watched her shut away the overwhelming grief and become the dutiful daughter. It was the only way to prepare for the finality of death. She gently pushed the body onto its side, placing the vine-woven stretcher underneath, and rolled it into place. Once secured, she gave the signal to lift. Lucian grabbed the rope and pulled, hoisting the body while Mira climbed alongside, guiding the litter and keeping it from slamming against the rocks. It wasn't long before he worked up a sweat, and the dull ache in Lucian's sides started to sharpen. The pain worsened with each heave of the rope. It spread across his side until his arms trembled and the rope slipped. It seemed like the pressure was reopening the fresh wounds, and Lucian's body was slowly tearing up. He clutched the vines and wrapped them around a dry stump to lessen the force and rest a bit. Mira asked if everything was all right. Struggling for breath, Lucian said yes. He just needed to rest a bit. Shortly, the pain subsided. He glanced over the edge. The litter dangled halfway down the slope. Mira waited nearby, straddling a pair of rocky outcroppings jutting from the cliff face. Lucian untied the rope and worked slowly and deliberately, bracing himself with each heave before walking his hands down the vines and pulling them again. He built up a rhythm like an oarsman and made steady progress. Slowly but surely, take his time and never force his body. However, his ribs spasmed and his grip failed. The sudden loss of support made Mira fall a bit with her father. Mira yelled down below. Lucian fought for air as the rope slipped through his hands. He clenched the coarse vines, searing flesh until his grip finally locked. The dead weight yanked him several feet toward the edge. The sudden force worsened Lucian's injury. He kicked out his feet, gouging twin trenches as the heels of his boots dug into the soft dirt and slid to a stop. Trembling arms strained against the weight. He pulled until the joints in his shoulders threatened to pop, but the litter refused to budge. The pain in his ribs flared, building to another spasm. He squeezed the corded vine and glanced to his left and right, searching for something, anything, to tie down the rope. There was nothing. There was only him. He looked out at the sea as his hands started to cramp. His beloved was imprisoned somewhere beyond the horizon. If his journey ended there, his promise would remain unkept. The price was too high, but he had to make a choice. Lucian shook his head and eased his grip. The rope slipped an inch. No sooner had he done it than a tightness clutched his chest. She would have never let go of the rope. Her stubbornness would have kept her faithful to the young woman below, especially after all she had risked to find her father. Desperate and with nothing left to give, Lucian wound the vines around his forearm just as his grip failed. The rope tightened like a snare around a rabbit and wrenched him forward. He drove his heels into the dirt again, but it was no use. The weight of the dead was dragging him toward the drop. All of a sudden, a blood-drenched hand rose from below and clawed the edge of the cliff. A moment later, Mira hauled herself up, rolled to Lucian's side, and grabbed the rope. Together, they pulled until the body reached the top. The two of them saw the fires shortly after dark. Lucian and Mira dragged the litter down from the ridge crest, watching dozens of pyres roar to life in the valley below. The pair stopped to rest beneath the canopy of a banyan tree. Lucian sat and probed his bruised ribs, adjusting the freshly wrapped bindings. Mira gazed at the flames. She exhaled a shuddering breath and wiped the corner of her eyes. Lucian mentioned Mira's hands, and she regarded her bandaged palms. A spot of crimson stained the dressing. At that point, Mira noticed Lucian's injuries. He tried to act tough and said he was fine, but Mira insisted. His ribs are bleeding again. She held out her hands while Lucian carefully unwrapped the bandages. The rope burns on her palms were slick with blood. He tensed, resentful of all the suffering Mira and her people had endured. He popped the stopper on his water flask and washed the loose skin where the blisters had burst. Then he cut a fresh length of cloth and redressed the wounds. After Lucian's quick first aid, Mira watches the Noctu tribe as they burn the body and spirit. There's nothing left. She watches the fires in the distance, her gaze fixed and unwavering. Lucian didn't understand their beliefs, but he understood promises to the dead. He then reminded her that they should get moving before the tribe spots them. Lucian and Mira each grabbed a length of rope and slung it across their shoulders. They pulled in unison, setting the heavy litter into motion, and moved out. Gravel crunched beneath their feet as they trudged up the slope. They heard the chanting before reaching the crest. Lucian signaled Mira to stay low and led them to a thicket. The heavy brush provided cover as they scanned the valley and spotted a party of Noctu gathered near the riverside. The two of them stood shrouded in the shadows of a tree, but Lucian recognized the priest. The man raised his heavy mace, and the obsidian stone began pulsating a bright vermilion. The soft glow revealed a body lying in the grass by the bank. It burst into flames. The Noctu's chant rose as the pyre burned brighter. The priest lowered his staff, and the light from the stone waned. The group fell silent. Something felt odd around them. Sensing that the tribe noticed something, Lucian drew his pistols. Mira questioned his action, but Lucian was serious about ending this charade. She shook her head, insisting it's already done. He looked past her and started heading out. Mira reached for his arm and asked why one last time. Her eyes were pleading. Even if he killed all of them, those people would still be ash. The Noctu marched along the riverbank and gathered around another body. Lucian mentioned that they are on the east side of the river, crossing the boundaries of their tribe. Mira emotionally expressed that she knows, her voice loud and defiant. She stepped back and threw up her arms. Mira asked Lucian if he simply thinks that she doesn't want to do something. They are her people. Mira gazed down at the litter holding her father. Her eyes started to swell. But she can't do anything as of now. Her voice was trembling. She needs to get her father home. He's all that matters. Not the Noctu or what they've done. Only him. Mira didn't wait for a response. She bent down to pick up the ropes to the litter and slung them over her shoulders. Leaning forward, she strained against the weight, trying to get the body moving. The litter finally shifted on the rough gravel, and she slowly pulled away, alone. The Noctu chanting started anew. Lucian glared down at the men as they gathered around another body. The priest raised his staff and ignited the pyre. Rage flushed through Lucian, but Mira's words resonated in his head. The anger slowly ebbed. All that remained was a mournful resignation. He holstered his weapons and rejoined Mira. It was past midnight by the time Lucian and Mira reached the village. Hushed whispers and lingering gazes followed as they arrived at the empty house. Exhausted, the pair unslung the ropes from the litter and sat outside the door. Torchlights burned inside a few nearby homes, but most sat dark and silent. Mira suggested that they should take her dad inside, to which Lucian agreed. They cleared the front room and laid out the body on a bed of fronds. Mira poured water into a pot, placed it over the irons, and lit a fire. Warmth bathed the room. Mira sat on the floor next to her father. She then talked to him and introduced Lucian, telling her late father that Lucian helped her bring him home. Meanwhile, Lucian's stomach clenched at the words. He had faltered at the hilltop. It was only Mira's resolve that had kept them faithful and carried them until the end. She gently unfastened the seashell buttons on his tunic and opened the frayed and worn garment. She let out a sob. Blackened wounds marred his arms and chest. Her trembling hand reached out to undo the rest of his clothes, but she stopped short, eyes shimmering and distant. Lucian offered help, but Mira whispered to let her be. He nodded and stared down at the body. The man's final moments were etched on his flesh. They told of unspeakable horrors and the agonizing end. A floodgate of memories opened and threatened to drown him in grief. Lucian pushed the thoughts away and focused on the meager solace he could offer. He removed the man's boots and untied the cord on his trousers. He tried to roll them off, but seawater had tightened the leather. He produced a dagger from inside his coat. Mira nodded. He cut the woven leg seams and removed the sheared garment. Mira retrieved the pot from the fire and added camphor oil to the water. A sweet fragrance rose with the steam. They cleaned the body with linen washcloths, gently scrubbing away dirt and salt and all the impurities natural to the dead. Mira held her father's hand, taking great care to clean beneath the fingernails. When they were done, she embraced her father tenderly, her eyes shimmering pools of love and sorrow. Mira stood and went to an adjoining room, and returned with a silver hairpin decorated with agate and coral. She placed the pin in her father's hands and laid them across his chest. It was her mother's pin. She gave it to him on their bonding day. Lucian glanced at the relic weapon in his left holster. Her pistol, its bronzed metalwork more elegant and intricate than his own. Mira shared that her mother died before her first summer, and her father feared that too many years had passed, that he'd grown too old and she wouldn't recognize him when his time came. Mira shuddered, and a wistful laugh escaped her lips. She always thought it was foolish, her eyes smiling. Of course her mother would know him and guide him home. Lucian thought of the countless souls imprisoned by the black mist. Her father was now likely among them, tormented and suffering. He didn't have the heart to tell her the truth. He just told her to keep the faith. That's all that matters. Mira remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. She then asked Lucian if that was the reason why he chased the mist, to keep a promise. He shifted his body and leaned back. Lucian shared that the harrowing took everything from him. Mira asked if it was for revenge. Lucian stared at the fire. He expressed that it was different when she saw it. Mira thought the same way as misfortune, but Lucian's mission was far more than revenge. Mira glanced at her father. They fell into a deep silence, both lost in their own thoughts. The fire crackled in the hearth and broke the stillness. Mira spoke first. She wasn't there. She doesn't know how it was for him, for any of them. Her voice tremulous and soft as she explained that vengeance isn't going to bring them back. She wiped the corner of her eyes and turned her attention back to her father. Lucian's gaze fell to his hands. They rested on his pistols, fingertips brushing the hammered bronze. How many times had he heard others say those words? He thought of all the times he'd tried to save her, and all the reasons he'd failed. All those years, he believed he was beyond vengeance, but the words kept turning in his head. Thresh's laughter echoed in his mind, drowning out everything, even her voice. He shut his eyes and silently repeated the mantras he'd learned so long ago. Carve away the unwanted, keep only the stone. Carve away the unwanted, keep only the stone. However, the ritual failed to silence the laughter or steady his hands. He gripped the pistols until his fingers ached, and all he could hear was the beat of his own heart. The memories unfolded. From the moment he'd lost her, so many years ago, to his last failed attempt. They all rushed his mind in blinding flashes and deafening roars. His heart raced. He struggled for breath as he witnessed every gut-wrenching scream, every sadistic laugh, and every rage-filled charge. The pattern he'd sought finally resolved in his mind. A heaviness pressed on his chest as he saw the truth. His anger let him hold on to her. It kept her memory alive without plunging him into a bottomless well of despair. To abandon that rage was to be unfaithful. And yet, it was anger that kept him from putting his beloved to rest. He had promised to bring her peace, but all he had done was add to her misery. Lucian realized he'd been failing her since the day she died. The night ended, and no words were said in the room. The two of them rested after the long day. The next morning, Lucian watched the burial from the deck of his ship. Mira and her people had carried their beloved ones on doolies of carved turtle shells. The bodies were wrapped tightly in white linen. They were buried at dawn in a deep communal pit on the sandy shore. Mira said that they will be reborn and return to the sea where the ancestors will guide them home. Lucian prepared to cast off. He untied the halyard and pulled on the line, hoisting his mainsail. The canvas ran up the mast and unfurled in the wind. He was clearing the line when he saw Mira approaching. He waved her over. Lucian mentioned that it was a good ceremony. Mira thanked him for everything that Lucian did for her and her tribe. Lucian nodded and gazed out to sea, the ocean calm across the horizon. Mira asked if Lucian would still chase the mist. Lucian shook his head. He was going to bury his dead. Mira offered a warm smile. She then told Lucian that maybe, after he was done, you could come back. There's a place for him in the village. Perhaps he does, but he didn't believe so. Lucian watched her stride back toward the shore. She stopped to pick up a ripe gourd, shook it a few times, and kept going, fruit in hand. When she reached the tree line and the path leading to her village, she turned and waved. Lucian waved back, knowing he would never return. The Shadow Isles would be the final leg of his journey. No need for another tack of string or twine. He would carve away the anger and keep his promise. All that mattered was putting her to rest. In his heart, he knew it would be his final deed. He hoped to hear her voice one last time. If he were truly fortunate, she would be there to guide him home. As Lucian traveled in the far distance, something attacked him. They came at Lucian in a blur of shadow, lunging at him with insubstantial talons and ancient rusted blades. They moved fast, but he was faster. He moved like a dancer, turning and spinning, ever in motion, the relic pistols in his hands lighting up the rotting interior of the inn with their blazing arcane light. Lucian's long leather coat and tightly bound locks whipped around him as he moved, effortlessly avoiding the frenzied attacks coming at him from every direction. Every shot he fired burned with the intensity of the sun, banishing one of the screeching spirits, sending them reeling back into formless darkness. He took no satisfaction in this duty. Not anymore. All the light in his world had been snuffed out when she had been taken. Dark talons raked across one of Lucian's forearms, making him hiss in pain. Cursing himself for being momentarily distracted, he destroyed the offending spirit with a blast of light to its head, and focused upon the task at hand. Standing firm in the center of the inn, he gunned down the tide of spectral forms rushing at him, every shot lighting up the darkness. At long last, he was alone. Arms spread wide, weapons pointed in opposite directions, their stone tips still glowing. He glanced left and right, awaiting another attack. The fire in the inn's hearth seemed to burn more brightly, banishing the deeper shadows, and the icy chill retreated. Suddenly weary, Lucian righted a fallen bench and sat with a groan. He placed his pistols upon the table, then turned his attention to his wound. Wincing, he slid the long black glove from his left hand. The leather was unmarked, but the flesh of his forearm was blackened where ghostly talons had slashed him, almost like frostbite. He caught a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye, and Lucian was instantly on his feet, both pistols aimed at a dark-haired girl, barely into her teenage years, who had emerged from her hiding place in a back storeroom. She froze, staring up at him, eyes wide and unblinking. The girl whispered, begging for mercy. Lucian advised her that she shouldn't sneak up on people as he lowered his guns. He made to turn away, but caught a shadow of movement reflected in the girl's eyes. He spun, swinging his weapons around, but this time he was not fast enough. A wraith lunged from the receding gloom, an emaciated, insubstantial creature swathed in shrouds. Pale blue-green light spilled from its eye sockets and gaping mouth, and it lashed at him with talons the length of daggers. Lucian was hurled backwards by the force of the blow, flying over the bar some 15 feet distant. He slammed into the wall, shattering dozens of empty liquor bottles lined up on the shelves, and fell to the floor in a shower of broken glass. His chest burned where the wraith had struck him, and an icy chill clutched at his heart, making him gasp for every breath. Lucian reached frantically for his weapons. He spied one, lying on the uneven floor 10 paces to his left. Too far. The other had spun across the floorboards before coming to a halt at the girl's feet. She picked up the ancient weapon and aimed it at the wraith, clutching it with shaking hands as the thing lunged towards her, its mouth opening impossibly wide. The girl wailed, complaining that the gun won't fire, there's no trigger. An echo of memory rose in Lucian's mind, as sudden as a knife strike. Long ago, Lucian had the same question. Looking down at the exquisitely crafted weapon, there was a look of puzzlement on his face. Senna answered that it doesn't need a trigger, her eyes glinting with amusement. She touched him lightly on the side of his head and told him that the trigger was in there. Lucian replied that he doesn't understand it, and Senna patiently explained. Senna aimed her own weapon, a more elegant version of the one Lucian held. At the target 20 feet away, her expression hardened, her eyes narrowing. One had to will it to fire, and the target exploded in a searing blast of yellow flame. Lucian, leveling his pistol at the next target, tried to do it as well. Nothing happened. He shook the pistol and snorted, partly in frustration and partly in bewilderment. Senna told him that it requires control and focus. He needs to will it to fire with every fiber of his being. Lucian laughed and turned to Senna, one eyebrow raised, mocking the words. Every fiber of his being. Senna urged him to just try, and he did, but couldn't keep a smile from curling at the corners of his mouth. With the failed attempts, Lucian sighed and gave up. He stepped in close to Senna and drew her into an embrace. He then asked Senna how she expects him to focus on anything else when she is near. His flowery words didn't work as Senna pushed him away, laughing, telling him he won't get out of this that easily. She instructed Lucian to do it again, and actually try this time. That memory was one of the few happy ones that remained in Lucian's mind. And in his current situation, he needs to pass down her teachings. The girl was backed up against a wall, the slender relic gun, Senna's gun, a useless weight in her hands. Lucian instructed the girl to throw it to him, darting forward in his direction. The girl shrieked as the spirit fled toward her and hurled the gun in Lucian's direction. It spun end over end through the air, passing straight through the wraith. Lucian deftly caught it in mid-sprint, simultaneously dropping to one knee and sliding across the floorboards to scoop up his other weapon. He came to his feet with both pistols ready and opened up. The wraith screamed and tried desperately to escape, coiling and spinning through the air away from him. But Lucian was relentless. He dashed sideways, maintaining his strafing torrent of fire. The blazing light tore through the ghastly apparition, and its cry became piteous as its dark form dissipated, like mist beneath the rising sun. Lucian came to a halt, though he kept his pistols raised. All was silent once more. The young girl asked if it was gone. He didn't answer immediately, his narrowed eyes scanning the room. At last, he holstered the two guns. It's gone. They are safe. The girl was stuttering, defending herself that she couldn't make it fire. She stared at the darkness with guilt. She thought she was going to die, like the others. Lucian remembered his own difficulty with the weapon. It felt so long ago now. It requires control. It requires focus. Lucian murmured under his breath. He certainly has to focus now. The girl asked if he had said something. Lucian denied. He cocked his head. The sound of rattling chains was coming from somewhere nearby. He then asked the girl if she had heard it too. The girl shook her head. Lucian frowned, eyes narrow, realizing Thresh taunts him still. He turned to leave the inn, cursed to follow that distant, tormenting sound. Lucian instructed the girl to bolt the door and pray for dawn. He still has a long way to go. When they took up these weapons, they accepted their mission with pride. Rid Runeterra of evil, the organization told them. Slay the corrupt. Send the filth of the world crawling back to the hole it crawled out of. Not just anyone can wield these weapons. One needs a pure heart, a fearless mind, an inner light that outshines all the darkness in the world. Once Lucian had that light. Now, he is not so sure. Everything changed. They knew their mission was greater than themselves. The enemy was not who they fought, but what they fought. Evil. The Shadow Isles? Just another mess to clean up, just a bunch of ghosts. They were abominations, but nothing they hadn't put in the ground before. Until the day they faced the Chain Warden. Until the day he ripped Senna from his life. Now his enemy has a name. She wouldn't want him to come after her. She knew the risks. But he can't forget her. He won't forget her. Lucian will hunt down the bastard who took her from him and send Thresh straight to the grave. Twice, if he had to. Those trapped in darkness need light the most. After a long voyage, crossing from island to island, Lucian finally reached the Shadow Isles, and he went straight to the so-called library, where it was rumored to be Thresh's dungeon. Unlike before, Lucian was calmer. It has been countless battles between them, and he always ended up failing. But this time was different. Upon stepping on the Chain Warden's territory, Lucian saw Thresh in an open area, seemingly waiting. Does he know he will arrive? Or had he been waiting since their last encounter? Regardless, it was clear that Thresh wasn't aware of his presence, lurking on top of a pillar. Using the knowledge he gained throughout his journey, Lucian aimed at the lantern. He fired a bolt of light, aiming to break the lantern and free the souls, but he failed to break its shield, and that attack alerted Thresh. The Chain Warden threw his hook at Lucian, to which he evaded. Lucian circled Thresh, firing his relic weapon while evading the Warden's hook. He was fast, but Thresh was smart. When the hook went beyond Lucian, he thought that he finally had an opportunity. He fired more bolts of light at the lantern, weakening its shield. But Thresh pulled the hook and hit Lucian's hand, dropping his left weapon. While Thresh was recalibrating his hook, Lucian dashed forward to blast the lantern up close. Thresh managed to get the chain quickly, used his hook to deflect the gun, and then swung his lantern directly to Lucian's face. His chain of attack wasn't over as Thresh threw another hook, and the chain circled Lucian's neck. Thresh closed the gap between them as Lucian struggled. Finally, it was time for him to collect Lucian's soul. He put up his lantern, preparing for the harvest. But at that moment, Lucian grabbed his relic weapon from the ground, charged the light, and stabbed the lantern. A dark green explosion engulfed the place as the souls ran free. Lucian aimed at the silhouette hiding beneath the shadow, but he lowered his gun upon seeing his wife. Instead of finding her eternal rest, Senna re-emerged from the shadow, holding a bigger relic gun, pointing at Lucian. It was a baffling scenario, as Lucian finally saw his wife, but instead of hugging him, she pointed the gun at him. Without saying a word, Senna fired her weapon. The light pierced through Lucian, shielding him from Thresh's hook that was about to land. Not only did it save Lucian, but it also directly hit Thresh, making him fall from the cliff. Lucian dashed forward to hug his wife, a reunion he never thought would happen. The two of them left the island, getting away from Thresh momentarily. Months have passed, and the lovers are not like before. At least, Lucian and Senna's love is a bond even death could not sever. As Lucian struggled to grasp Senna's altered form, he is forced to confront his own. However, the same thing can be said to him. Both of them changed to survive. Lucian now fights to return to his former self, while grappling with the reality that the dark forces he hates are all that keep Senna with him. While Senna has returned with knowledge of a new mission, Lucian remains obsessed with exacting vengeance from Thresh, as he is certain the Chain Warden's machinations have only begun. Unbeknownst to Lucian, the ruined king was revived while he was chasing the Chain Warden. A group led by Misfortune managed to seal Viego. However, their victory was temporary. Thresh's schemes were endless, and it was said that the ruined king escaped because of him. The world now faced a greater threat, from harrowing to ruination. Lucian and Senna pledged to rebuild the Sentinel of Light and fulfill their mission. Lucian and Senna sailed to Sentinel headquarters in search of reinforcements. There they encounter a lone Sentinel rookie before being attacked by wraiths. The Sentinels discover a mysterious girl, Gwen, the doll of Isolde, who was magically altered by the rise of Viego. She was fighting off wraiths with a pair of oversized scissors. When more wraiths arrive, she hides everyone within a cloud of hallowed mist, allowing them to retreat to the base. Inside, the Sentinels are contacted by a Bahuru Sentinel, who introduces them to the World Stone and the Wayfinder, tools that allow them to teleport to any Sentinel base. They are tasked with fighting back the mist across Runeterra and recruiting any worthy fighters to their cause. Understanding their mission, they head out to fight the Black Mist, starting in Demacia. The rookie and Gwen tag along with Lucian and Senna as they aim to bring more allies to the base. Upon their arrival, currently under siege from a massive harrowing, the Sentinels head to the Singing Swan Tavern to gather information. Shortly they meet Vayne, the Night Hunter, who informs them that the harrowing is concentrated around the Mage Seeker compound. With the knowledge that Viego is seeking a powerful artifact, they head out to face the ruined king. A ruined Shivana confronts them at the entrance of the compound and buries them in rubble. Gwen frees the group with her scissors, and they charge into the Mage Seeker's vaults. Viego confronts the Sentinels within the vaults and opens a sealed chest to retrieve a handheld mirror revealed to be a fragment of Queen Isolde's soul. He attempts to retrieve the remaining fragment within Senna, but Gwen intervenes and hides her within the hallowed mist. Viego vanishes, but not before collapsing the building atop the Sentinels. The Sentinels manage to escape and give chase to Viego. The group manages to corner him, but before they can harm the king, Shivana attacks. At Vayne's provocation, Shivana transforms and the Sentinels are forced to fight her in her draconic form. Viego escapes with the mirror, while the Sentinels subdue Shivana. Senna stops Vayne from killing her, and they agree to imprison her within the Mage Seeker's dungeon until she returns to normal. Vayne agrees to join the Sentinels in exchange for relic weapons, and they return to headquarters to swear her in. Once sworn in, Gwen outfits Vayne with a new uniform and a relic crossbow. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Isles, Viego revels in his victory. Thresh offers his services to Viego, but he rejects him, no longer trusting Thresh after Senna escaped his lantern. Viego's newest ally, Vex, a depressed Yordle, has returned from spreading the black mist across Runeterra and is eager to see the world plunged into darkness. Elsewhere on the Isles, Thresh begins to absorb the black mist and plots his next move. The Sentinels teleport to the Freljord house, only to be trapped beneath decades of packed snow. Digging their way out of a snowdrift, the Sentinels discover a giant axe-wielding berserker battling some wraiths. Lucian recognizes Olaf from an earlier harrowing. He was the crazy barbarian who didn't want anything else than a glorious death. The Sentinels follow him as he hacks his way through the snowdrift to chase after a wraith. The wraith leads him to Vex, who is working with Viego. Sensing her dark schemes, Olaf attacks her. She easily repels his charge and prepares to finish him off. But the Sentinels intervene before Vex can deliver the finishing blow. Knowing she was outnumbered, Vex leaves with her shadow. They thought the commotion was over, but Olaf was displeased with their interference in his warrior's death and demanded a fight. The rookie has a close call with Olaf's blade, but eventually manages to placate him. When Olaf learned about the Sentinels' plan, he agreed to team up with them to fight Vex. The team earned a temporary ally and a free tour guide to the land of Freljord. The group then sets off through some ice caves in search of Vex. After several hours, the Sentinels reach the top of a glacier and encounter Vex unearthing an artifact from the ice. The Sentinels confront her, but make little headway against her shadow. Olaf, pacified by the rookie, can't enter his berserker state to help the group. The Sentinels manage to enrage Olaf again and direct his fury against Vex. Nonetheless, she still secures the artifact, an ivory comb, and escapes. The Sentinels chase Vex down the glacier and cause an avalanche to cut off her escape. As they corner her, she slows them down with a cloud of despair and disappears. Later on, Lucian suggests recruiting Olaf, as he had seen how tough this barbarian he was still alive. Despite his unpredictability, Olaf could be a vanguard for them. With that logic, Senna reluctantly agrees to, and they convince him to join with the promise of facing Viego, someone who could grant him a warrior's death. They then return to headquarters. Senna swears him into their ranks, and Gwen provides Olaf with a new uniform and relic axes. And so, on to the next nation. In Noxus, the Sentinels discover that their base has been paved over by the Reckoner's arena, where gladiators are fighting wraiths. Draven presides over the ruined crowd, and after spotting the Sentinels, decides to make them his next combatants and unleashes a horde of wraiths against them. Though the Sentinels triumph, they are imprisoned until their next fight. It was the rule in the pit that everyone followed, even before the corruption of Draven. While in their cell, the team meets Riven, the Ionian exile. She already devised an escape plan that requires the rookie's silver tongue. Upon waiting for the right timing, they manage to lure a guard to their cells before ambushing them and stealing their keys. With the lead of Riven, the Sentinels fight their way through the remaining guards and reclaim their weapons. Once free, Riven and the Sentinels follow the black mist to the immortal bastion. They find wraiths pouring into a statue of the armored warlord, Mordekaiser. They discover an entrance to the city's catacombs hidden behind the monument. Senna, Riven, and the rookie descend in search of the secrets the mist seeks out, while Lucian and the others guard their escape. They eventually arrive at the Black Rose's chamber and enter after the rookie shares one of their darkest secrets. Inside the chamber, Senna, Riven, and the rookie confront Viego. The ruined king has already found another fetter, a wine flagon, and taunts Senna about the one she still possesses. Before they can stop him, Viego vanishes, and Draven arrives, demanding that the three finish their fight. Draven forces Senna, Riven, and the rookie to return to the arena and battle him, revealing that he has recaptured their allies. After a struggle, the three exploit Draven's pandering to the crowd and gain the upper hand. They leave him hogtied in the arena and reunite with the rest of their party. As the Sentinels prepare to depart, they notice Riven sitting alone and offer to let her join them with the promise of giving her a new home. They return to headquarters, where Riven is sworn in and Gwen outfits her with a new uniform and a relic sword. On to the next region. In Ionia, the Sentinels are met by the ruined landscape of the First Lands and are attacked by the corrupted environment. After fighting off the mist, the Sentinels are confronted by Aurelia, the Blade Dancer, who mistakes them for enemies. The Sentinels tried to explain themselves, but seeing Riven on their team made Aurelia doubt their mission. Because of Riven's past, she refuses to believe any group containing Riven can mean well for Ionia. However, the group pleaded, and even though Aurelia still doesn't trust Riven, she trusted the Sentinels. Later on, she agrees to take them to their spiritual leader, Karma, and the lasting altar. At the altar, Riven and Olaf remain outside, while the rest of the group heads in. Karma reveals that Viego is coming for another fetter, a silver flower. She charges the Sentinels with taking the fetter to the Grove of the Ancients, a Vastayan forest protected by ancient magic that not even the black mist can penetrate. Before they can leave, wraiths invade the altar. The Sentinels and Aurelia hold them off, while Karma flees to the grove. As the Sentinels escort Karma to the forest, she is overwhelmed with regret for not intervening as Ionians died during the Noxian invasion. Giving in to Viego's corruption, persuaded by his determination and decisiveness, she becomes ruined, a corrupted form of an individual controlled by the ruined king, just like the previous attackers of the Sentinels. Because of it, Karma flees into the forest with the fetter. The Sentinels track Karma down and manage to temporarily purify her and reclaim the fetter. Due to her connection with Viego, Karma managed to read his mind. Before transforming back, she explains each fetter is part of Isolde's soul, and Viego is determined to combine them to bring back his lost love. As more wraiths arrive, the Sentinels abandon Karma and flee into the grove. Inside the grove, the spirit of Ionia and the grove's magic shield the Sentinels from the foes. In the lull, Senna and the Sentinels ponder her connection with Isolde. When Viego himself arrives, he corrupts the land and steals the fetter. Seeing Viego corrupt the spirit of Ionia convinces Aurelia to join the Sentinels, and she returns to headquarters with them. Aurelia is sworn into their ranks, and Gwen gives her a new uniform and relic blades. The chemistry of Lucian and Senna was still there, but there was a longing feeling in the air, as Lucian feared losing Senna again. In Targon, the Sentinels see that the mountain's peak has been shrouded in black mist. The Sentinels, determined to make the perilous climb, along their way they encounter Diana, the aspect of the moon, at the base of the mountain. Sensing the great purpose of the Sentinels, she volunteers to guide them on their climb. Halfway up, Diana suggests retreat when she hears the aspects locked in a celestial clash. The rookie convinces her that protecting Targon is worth risking the aspect's wrath. But before they can continue, they encounter Solari fanatics blocking their path. There's a century-long feud between the two factions, and unfortunately for the Sentinels, the Solari blocks the path towards the top. Thanks to their enhanced energy, they quickly dispatch the Solari and continue their climb. Near the peak, the group finds Atreus, the host of Pantheon and Viego. The two of them were locked in battle for another fetter as the aspect of war defended the land. The Sentinels thought that they could outnumber the ruined king, but before they could assist Atreus, Viego ruins him and reawakens Pantheon. The newly restored aspect of war then calls down an avalanche. The team sought shelter to evade Pantheon's avalanche in a cave. Because of it, the group was trapped by falling rocks. Diana despairs and nearly succumbs to ruin, but the group meets two Lunari who reveal that Diana is the aspect of the moon, and whose faith in her restores her will to fight. The Sentinels prayed to the moon, and that gave Diana strength. Reinvigorated, Diana clears the rockfall and they head back up the mountain. At the peak, cosmic light battles plumes of black mist. In the chaos, Viego retrieves another fetter, a copper sundial. As the Sentinels prepare to confront him with the aspect of the moon, Viego prompts his own aspect to dispatch the group and departs. Pantheon knocks them to a lower plateau and summons a Wraith army to his aid. The situation was now harder as the Sentinels faced a stronger army. It took some time, but with the lead of Lucian, they overcame the army. Meanwhile, Diana defeats Pantheon herself and sends him plummeting. Seeing no hope for her people while the harrowing persists, Diana agrees to join the Sentinels. She returns to headquarters to be sworn in and is given a new uniform and a relic sword by Gwen. In Piltover, the Sentinels discover that the city is oddly unaffected by the black mist. The team decided to investigate the reason for the city's immunity to the black mist. Along the way, they run into Graves, who informs them that Piltover has Hextech contraptions that hold back the mist. However, it was not destined to hold forever. While they were talking, the machines soon broke and the black mist poured in. They track the mist to a curio shop where Senna identifies an antique parasol as a fetter. Before the Sentinels can secure it, Graves steals the parasol with the intent of selling it. Following a trail of black mist, the Sentinels discover that Graves has fled to the Undercity of Zaun. Unfortunately, the entrance to Zaun has been blocked by barricades and Chemtech mines. The group soon meets two local Sentinels, Des and Ada, who suggest entering the Undercity through the city's connected sewer system. They immediately made their way to the said hidden path. Once they arrive in Zaun, they once again encounter Vex, who is also searching for Graves' fetter. Des and Ada hold off Vex, while the rest of the team searches for Graves. With their combined efforts, the Sentinels eventually track him down to a Chemtech factory. Senna sends in the rookie to negotiate, while Lucian and others clear the path. Soon, Vayne and Senna join the negotiations, but when Graves refuses to hand over the fetter, Vayne shoots at him, and he returns fire. The Sentinels find themselves in a gunfight, surrounded by volatile chemicals. Graves' reckless firing soon causes the chemicals to ignite. They all escape as the building blows. However, their nightmare was not yet over. They stumble upon Vex, who has defeated Des and Ada, and takes the fetter from the wounded team. The Sentinels pleaded with Vex, revealing that Viego seeks to revive his wife with the fetters, but Vex dismisses them and leaves. The mission was once again a failure, but Lucian saw a silver lining in this encounter. He sees value in a fearless gunman who's furious at Viego. Lucian recruits Graves, despite protests from Sienna. They return to headquarters, where Graves outfits himself with a new relic shotgun and uniform. The team was torn on trusting Graves, but despite initial objections, Graves eventually takes the Sentinel's oath after being intimidated by Vayne, the only Sentinel he respects. Going back in the Shadow Isles, Viego gazes remorsefully at an ancient music box, longing to be reunited with Isolde. Vex questions whether what the sentinel said was true, that Viego intends to use the fetters to bring back his wife. Viego admits he plans to revive his lost love, which disappoints Vex, and she prepares to leave. Not wanting to lose his most powerful ally, Viego promises that he still has plans for her, and Vex decides to stay. Nearby, Thresh eavesdrops on the conversation and ponders his place in his plans. Arriving in Ixtal, the Sentinels must split up to find traces of the harrowing. Frustrated by Lucian's growing concern, Senna sends him and the rookie off to scout the east, while the others head in different directions. Lucian and the rookie soon encounter Rengar, who expresses interest in the challenge of hunting wraiths. Unfortunately, he is ill-equipped to fight wraiths and is soon overwhelmed, forcing the two sentinels to rescue him. Defeated by wraiths, Rengar loses his confidence and refuses to fight. First he fled from a void creature, now he was overwhelmed by wraiths. Those experiences made him look like a disgrace to hunters. Understanding his frustration, the rookie spins a fanciful tale, and despite Lucian's amusement and disbelief, it manages to re-inspire Rengar. With their new ally roused, the trio pushes on after the mist. Lucian vents to Rengar and the rookie about his desire to protect Senna. His journey in rescuing her wasn't easy, and now they were facing a much greater threat. Along the way, the trio encountered an unexpected visitor. Thresh, the chain warden, appears in front of them and offers a deal to the group. Crucial information that can defeat Viego, in exchange for a fetter. Lucian knew that Thresh was a great manipulator, probably the smartest wraith out there. No one knows why he wanted to help the team defeat Viego, and there's only one way to find out. Despite their bitter history, Lucian follows him to a temple to hear him out. There, Thresh exploits Lucian's desire to protect Senna and makes him retrieve a jade mask from the temple. Thresh illuminates ancient reliefs within the temple that tell the story of an old harrowing, which reveals that there is a powerful weapon at the Sentinel base in Shurima, a gun that can revive fallen allies. Not believing the story, Lucian calls off the deal, but Thresh has already departed. However, those words were not lies. Thresh told them the truth and gained the fetter in return. Meanwhile, Lucian was furious that they had been tricked. He swears Rengar and the rookie to secrecy. Later on, the rookie convinces Lucian to let Rengar join them, due to his new desire to hunt Viego and prove that he is still an apex predator. As they regrouped at the headquarters, Senna swore Rengar in, and Gwen outfitted him with a new uniform and relic knives. Finally, the apex predator could now hunt the wraiths. On the flip side, Viego observes the fetters that he has collected before being interrupted by the chain warden. Thresh reveals the jade mask and offers it as an olive branch, feigning interest in returning to his good graces. Viego accepts the offering, but warns Thresh about failing him again. As Thresh leaves, he siphons more black mist, and flesh begins to grow over his bones. No one understands his schemes, but Thresh was just a mere observer of this battle. Despite their failure in securing the fetters, the Sentinels continued their mission and landed on Bilgewater. They find the port city surrounded by a fleet of warships. Shortly, they also notice a trail of black mist leading to the cabin of one of the ships. and deduce that the commander of the blockade has found the fetter. Graves believes his reputation in the city will allow them to negotiate for the fetter and boards the ship with Gwen, Senna, Vane, and the rookie. Aboard the vessel, they learn that Miss Fortune is responsible for the blockade as part of her ongoing turf war against Gangplank, the former pirate king. Later on, Miss Fortune mistakes Graves and the Sentinels as mercenaries sent by the former Reaver King, but Lucian intervenes and informs her that Viego has returned to Bilgewater. It was a reunion between them, as Lucian and Miss Fortune helped each other from the last harrowing. Because of this, Miss Fortune reveals that she has recently recovered a fetter, a brass bell. Lucian thought that Miss Fortune would help him this time, but when the Sentinels explain the object's value, she leaves to make a deal with Viego. The team pursues her, trying to talk her out of the deal, but Miss Fortune insists her power struggle with Gangplank is too important, hoping that she can gain the power to finally bring order to Bilgewater. Eventually, the Sentinels manage to persuade her to join them and to give them the fetter if they can defeat Viego. However, they do not entirely trust her. Graves warned them that double-crossing is nothing new between pirates. The Sentinels should not fully trust Sarah Fortune. On their way to the slaughter docks, the group comes across Pike, a revenant ripper, fighting a group of wraiths. After a tense misunderstanding, Senna convinces him to fight the wraiths barring their path, allowing them to keep tracking Viego. The Sentinels soon find him in a warehouse, searching for the fetter. After confronting him, Miss Fortune betrays the group and offers Viego the fetter and the Sentinels in exchange for the power to destroy her rivals, thus becoming ruined. Their plan falls apart, but the Sentinels try to fix things up. In desperation, Senna proceeds to attack Viego, and Fortune returns fire. In the ensuing fight, the rookie informs Pike that Miss Fortune is now on his list, and the Revenant disappears. The commotion created a path of escape for the ruined king. Viego departs with the fetter, but not before collapsing the warehouse, which knocks the Wayfinder into the ocean. Dispirited at the loss of their only transportation, the Sentinels encounter more unfortunate events when Miss Fortune and her crew show up to finish them off. They were a bit tired and cornered, while Miss Fortune was no longer in her right mind. At the last moment, Pike returns and drags Fortune into the bay while the Sentinels fight off her gang. After hours of fighting, the Sentinels defeat Fortune's crew, but are pressed to exhaustion. Pike eventually resurfaces and returns the Wayfinder to the Sentinels before parting ways. At least some things favored their way. Tired from everything, the group returns to headquarters, only to find out that Pike has stowed away. Lucian sees value in an indestructible, homicidal ghoul, and Pike is convinced that Viego is on his list. With that, Pike also joined the Sentinels. Gwen outfits Pike with a new uniform and a relic knife, and this time Lucian swears him in, despite objections from Senna. She objected to quite a few of Lucian's selections, but all of them proved to be worthy so far. Looking over her motley crew of Sentinels, Senna knows that time is running out and decides it's time to act faster. Lucian, afraid of losing her, proposes to the rookie that they should track down the weapon Thresh told them about. Perhaps the chain warden told them the truth. They were losing options anyway. The two of them teleport to Shurima, while the others are asleep. At the Shuriman base, they meet Action, the rogue sentinel, who now possesses the fabled weapon after his mentor Shadia. His mentor was murdered by one of the local warlords after trying to retrieve the stolen relic weapons from the Sentinels of Shurima. Determined to revive Shadia, Action leaves to confront one of the warlords. Lucian and the rookie track him down and ask about the weapon. Action showed the weapon he was holding and told them that he planned to use it to revive his mentor. Despite expressing their doubts about the power of the relic, they agree to stand guard and watch to see if the absolver works. Action went to his next target, while Lucian and the rookie trailed from behind. It was a swift assassination, and after killing the warlord, Action races back to the base to see if his mentor is revived. When she isn't, Lucian and the rookie try to convince the rogue sentinel to give up his resurrection quest and join their cause. Undeterred, Action leaves to face another warlord. He strongly believed that he had killed the wrong guy, while Lucian and the rookie thought the relic didn't work that way. As Lucian and the rookie prepare to depart, they see a harrowing occurring in the village below, and there's only one reason for the harrowing traveling at such speed. Realizing Viego is here searching for another fetter, Lucian decides he and the rookie must face their foe alone. In town, Viego, Draven, and Karma have recovered another fetter, a reed basket. Lucian and the rookie charge Viego with guns blazing, but Karma shields him from their attacks. Viego thought the Sentinels were out there again with their whole squad, but he later realized that there was no trap, and it was only the two of them at Shurima. Because of it, Viego decides to save his strength and departs with his court and the fetter. He summons a horde of wraiths to deal with the interlopers, and they quickly overwhelm the Sentinels. Lucian and the rookie fought as hard as they could, but they were simply outnumbered. It didn't take long before both of them received fatal injuries. As they lay dying, a familiar face returns and dispatches the wraiths. It was the last scene that they saw before fully losing consciousness. After some time, Lucian and the rookie woke at the Shuriman base. They thought it was the end of their lives, which it was, but they realized they were revived by the absolver when Action killed the wraiths who killed them. Later on, Action entered the base and communicated with Lucian. Having a change of heart, Action tells them his mentor believed in the Sentinel's cause and that joining them would be a better way of honoring her memory. With that, Action joined the team. Lucian and the rookie successfully retrieved the very weapon that could defeat Viego. Returning to headquarters with their new ally, Senna is furious at Lucian and the rookie's attempt to sneak off to try and find a way to keep her alive, as well as at Action for his numerous Sentinel code violations. They received the anger of Senna, but Lucian believed it was worth it. Now they could face the ruined king and allow Senna to live longer. At last, the Sentinels head to the Shadow Isles to confront Viego and put an end to this madness. This time, they brought the whole crew they recruited along the way. However, Lucian and Senna fight once more about his inability to let her go and her determination to stop Viego, no matter the cost. During their travel, they meet a veteran sentinel who informs them that it is impossible for them to head into the heart of the mist without protection. He takes the group to meet Yorick, the Shepherd of Souls, who offers them the last of the waters of life and the final fetter, the Maiden of the Mist. Yorick had long waited for this time, and he was right that another group of mortals would stop Viego. The maiden, who was watching him the whole time, now guides the sentinels toward the heart of the mist. The sentinels sail to Viego's island, but notice action has disappeared. However, they can no longer go back and waste more time. Shortly, the sentinels split up and prepare to ambush Viego. Senna draws him out as the remaining fetter and Viego appears just like they expected. The sentinels attack, while Gwen tries to restrain him with her needles, thread, and hallowed mist. They were the ones to outnumber the ruined king this time, and it was working. As the sentinels begin to gain the upper hand, Viego reveals that he has corrupted Ada and Des, the sentinels of Piltover and Zaun. They emerged from the shadows and they restrained Senna. Viego then swiftly dispatches Gwen with a stroke from his sword. The sentinels try to free their leader, but now the numbers are even. Draven, Karma, Misfortune, Pantheon, and Shivana, the ruined individuals they fought along the way, arrive and attack with an army of wraiths. Meanwhile, Viego has Vex create a portal to Camivore and takes Senna, Gwen, the maiden, and the other fetters through. Lucian almost pursues, but recognizes that Senna needs to finish this herself and returns to the fight. Before the portal closes, the rookie reaches it and enters the land of Camivore. At that point, the remaining members of the Sentinels fought for their lives. It was a tricky fight to navigate since they could not kill these mortals who were corrupted and controlled by Viego. Lucian, who had been chasing Thresh to save Senna, put his trust in his wife and commanded the Sentinels. He knows Senna will win the battle against the ruined king. All they had to do was to stall. Every second felt like a minute as the endless waves of wraiths entered the scene. Not to mention, these ruined individuals were no joke at all. They would definitely put up a fight against Viego. In fact, one of them already managed to lead a crew in defeating the ruined king. It also happened that Misfortune got blinded by her thirst for revenge. Exhaustion kicked in, as their battle felt like it was never-ending. Out of all the life-threatening battles that Lucian had experienced, this one was the one that put him to his absolute limit. However, Lucian remained faithful, believing this nightmare would end any moment. Shortly, the ruined individuals stopped attacking. They all fell to their knees, like the control was suddenly cut. While the sentinels were lost in confusion, a portal once again opened. Vex, no longer having an issue with the sentinels, helped Senna's group return to the Shadow Isles now that Viego was defeated. It turns out action was with Senna's group, and he was the one who killed the resurrection of Isolde and the ruined king. The group is reunited with their allies and sees that those who were corrupted have returned to normal. But despite their victory, they notice the Isles suspiciously remain plagued by the black mist. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Rengar warned them of an approaching presence, something more powerful than anything he had sensed before, perhaps stronger than Viego himself. This turns out to be a newly corporeal Thresh, who reveals that he has been siphoning the excess mist Viego was wasting, and is now unbound from the Isles. All that time, he had been powering up for the exact moment. Fortunately for the Sentinels, Thresh never aimed to rule the world or conquer lands. He wanted something else: torture, misery, the art of becoming the chain warden of souls. As the Sentinels with the previously ruined individuals prepare themselves, Thresh approaches them with such authority. He divulges the bargain that Lucian made with him in Ixtal. They defeated the ruined king with the info he gave after all. Not only that, Thresh now demands retribution for Senna's soul escaping his lantern. No one should escape from his lantern. Confident in his strength, Thresh offered the Sentinels a deal. If they didn't want to give up Senna's soul, he would take one other soul from them. If they don't comply, all of their souls will be collected. The Sentinels, alongside the freed ruined individuals, try to stop unbound Thresh, but the corporeal chain warden easily repels their attacks. They were weak and exhausted at that point. No one had the power to match the new form of Thresh. This monster laughed as he enjoyed how these mortals tried to survive, but it was clear that none of them could do anything about the situation. Losing all confidence, Lucian considering offering his soul. He already did everything to save Senna, and if offering his soul would be the last resort of saving her, so be it. Lucian was ready to give in, but all of a sudden, the rookie takes his place instead. As Thresh prepares to harvest their soul, the rookie activates the Wayfinder at the last second and transports everyone back to headquarters. The rookie outsmarted the smartest Wraith, but they were all aware that their victory was only temporary. It was the chance that they would take, believing they could find something else to stop Thresh. The Chain Warden may be stronger than the Ruined King at that point, but at least he was less hostile and delusional. The Sentinels would have an ample amount of time to prepare their next move. With Viego defeated, most of the new Sentinels return to their old lives. Action heads back to Shurima to honor his mentor and continue her work. Vayne decides to remain with the Sentinels and agrees to represent them in Demacia. Rengar went back to his hunting grounds. Olaf is still on a quest to end his life in a cool way. Lastly, Lucian, Senna, and Gwen begin a new quest to stop Thresh. Nearby, Thresh is eager to harvest more souls, free from the Shadow Isles. He would love to have another dance with these Sentinels that tricked him. It has been a long journey for both Lucian and Senna. Lucian proved that he would literally do anything for his wife, even without knowing the possibility of being together with her again. All the hardship that he went through was made possible through his love for Senna, and that love became the light during his darkest times. Now Lucian holds the hand of Senna as they become the new leaders of the Sentinel of Light. Soon they would face the Chain Warden once and for all. Do you think they could defeat unbound Thresh? Well, that would be a different story for another time.